Good morning. Welcome to our Budget Committee for Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. I'd like to call the meeting to order. Are there any declarations from members of committee? Not seeing any at this time. However, if you find a little later in the agenda that there might be something, don't hesitate to give a shout and we'll make sure that you are able to deal with that. I call the November 20th Budget Committee meeting of Council to order. The town of East Gwillimbury recognizes and acknowledges the lands originally used and occupied by the First Peoples of the Williams Treaty First Nations and other Indigenous peoples, and on behalf of Council, I thank them for sharing this land. We also acknowledge the Chippewas of Georgina Island First Nation as East Gwillimbury's closest First Nation community, and recognize the unique relationship the Chippewas have with the lands and the waters of this territory. They are the water protectors and environmental stewards of these lands, and we join them in these responsibilities. We are working away at advisory committees this morning, and I would ask for the Presentation Advisory Committee, Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, please. I think
Madam Mayor, we do have Jeanette Champ on the line. Jeanette, are you able to hear us? I believe she was experiencing some technical issues remotely. Just bear with us for a moment. We're going to see if we can resolve that.
the second item, we're going to see if we can sort out this with Jeanette. In the meantime, I will move forward to York Region Chamber of Commerce presentation. Good morning. Good to have you. Could you just check your, there it is, the lights on.
Okay,
wonderful.
perfect.
Great to have you with us this morning.
Great. Good morning, Mayor and Council. Thank you for having the Chamber here. I'm Tina Robert. I'm Senior Director of Member Engagement at the Central York Chamber of Commerce. And I'm here to talk about Farm to Fork. We do have a presentation. I don't know if anyone can cue that up. Awesome. So again, this year we held Farm to Fork the first Saturday in October, and this was the first year doing it under the Central York Chamber of Commerce, because traditionally it's been held by the East Gwillimbury Chamber of Commerce. So our goal, we can go to the next slide. Our goal this year remained the same, and essentially the tour is to support the farming community in EG by encouraging the purchase and consumption of locally grown produce, as well as understanding how our food is processed in the community and educating our visitors. And we continue to focus on generating agritourism revenue and helping promote revenue generation and other ancillary opportunities in the community. Next slide. So our Farm to Fork budget remained the same in terms of what we were dealing with for 2024, and it consistently, our operational expenses remain the largest portion of our spending. However, thanks to the Chamber's relationships with media suppliers, we've been successful in reducing marketing costs. So that 35% in marketing of the budget being for marketing really equates to much more in terms of dollar value, because we have great partnerships, and one of them would be, for example, the digital signage that we have on Davis Drive. You're looking at 21,000 impressions a day, and that ran for a few weeks, and that's quite costly, and we are able to get that at a reduced cost. Our operational expenses are the largest portion because we have staffing on the day and all the resources that we put into it leading up to the event. And this year we introduced a new cost, and that was for collateral signage. And one of the challenges is recruiting volunteers for the day of the event, and a lot of farms really struggle with dealing with some logistical issues on site. So we thought it would be beneficial to create some wayfinding signage. So we invested, it was a small investment into some signage that can be reused each year. Next slide, please. So when we looked at the data for registrations or / ticket purchases, the trends sort of consistently stayed the same over several years, except for a couple of them. And for 2024, you'll see that registrations significantly increased by 224%. And this is really due to the fact that we introduced no cost this year. Generally speaking, we had charged $5 for a fee for people to attend Farm to Fork, and that was really sort of an offset some costs, but most people that attend Farm to Fork generally don't. They weren't purchasing tickets, but that really wasn't a concern for the chamber in previous years because we really are about driving attendance and revenue for the farms. And one other note I want to point out in terms of where our visitors are coming from. So regardless of our marketing spend in EG, in the actual market, it never really moved the needle in terms of attendance. Our top two markets for Farm to Fork are Newmarket and Toronto, and then the other three sort of it sort of switched year to year with Aurora, Mississauga, Richmond Hill, and really that's the point of these tourism dollars, is really about driving people from outside the region. So we're pretty happy with those results and understanding that our visitors are coming from outside of EG. Next slide, please. And here's a look at our pieces of creative that we ran. And so I ran in social, digital, there was an email marketing. We also ran in some community listings. And it is important to kind of change up some of the creative so we can understand what resonates with different audiences. Next slide, please. One of the other big challenges with Farm to Fork is really understanding the actual revenue generated by each farm, and we've never really been able to capture that data. But this year we did try to at least get some sort of formal statement on how they felt about Farm to Fork. So we were able to get statements from more than half of the farms that participated, and most of them it was all really positive. They want to continue to be a part of it. You'll notice at Queensville Farm Supply Store, the only sort of constructive feedback was about cooler bags for people purchasing duck and where in the tour they get to purchase it. So again, we can look at the logistics of the tour, but also that tells us that perhaps people don't, it's not being clearly communicated enough that there actually are cooler bags. If you start at Sharon Temple, you can get one there. So we can look at different ways of rectifying that. Next slide, please. And then here, just A&E Natural Meats sort of pointed out the signs working well, and their only sort of constructive feedback was just promoting in market. But as I mentioned before, I think it is important to kind of visibly sort of make the farms happy to see some marketing dollars in market. But really, this is about using these tourism dollars outside of the market to generate that tourism revenue. So how do we move forward? How do we look at driving the brand and increasing visitor growth? So I think that's expanding community marketing efforts. So again, I think we all agreed as a team sort of post-event that there are some benefits to purchasing some media with some local suppliers. It's good for the local suppliers, and it just sort of keeps the farms happy. Continuing to reevaluate and optimizing recommended tour sequence for an improved visitor experience. Again, this event is really about the farms and about the visitor experience, and I think every year we need to continue to evaluate that and see where there's opportunities for improvement. Enhancing early engagement with farms and suggest methods for tracking visitors and revenue. I don't know how we solve this today, but I do think it's something that is on our radar. I think it's important. And so I think we need to continue to look at farms in terms of finding out how we can help them capture that data. Developing volunteer incentive programs. I do think that for next year, there is good evidence that we should probably look at incentivizing some of our volunteers for a small fee. one of the challenges, especially with students, is the time of year that we need to recruit them. They're heading back to school, they have their part-time jobs, and it is difficult to ask them to pull away from that Saturday shift at no cost for them. So I think maybe looking at some sort of small fee might help attract some volunteers. And then last, this event has so much opportunity for growth and for collaboration. I do think that, we have to be mindful of what that looks like each year, but I think there's definitely opportunity to collaborate with some local businesses and restaurants. Often, I know myself from being stationed at Sharon Temple, we do get asked, where can we eat today? And we make those recommendations. And I think there's also a way to pull in, since we're Central York Chamber of Commerce, pull in both some Newmarket businesses and some EG businesses. And that's it.
Thank you very much. Are there
you.
questions? I'm not seeing any at this time. I'd like to thank you very much. Having a market as part of our community, I think, is very important. Our rural area is much larger than any of our urban areas that we have, and to support them in the way that, in the fashion that you do. I'd like to thank you very much, and including members of council as well when things are happening. It makes a big difference for us as well, so thank you very much.
Thank you, and thank you for the support as well.
Thank you. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. On item number 2, understand the sound issues have now been resolved with our presenter, so I will not invite Jeanette Champ to provide the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee presentation.
Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, and town staff. Thank you for allowing the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee to come before you at this time to detail our report on our activities undertaken in 2024, setting out plans for 2025 with a report of recommendations. Our mission continues to provide projects, processes, and to recommend activities for the stabilization and strengthening of the arts and culture community. Our objectives remain unchanged, and we continue to provide encouragement to artists and art organizations, foster the development of and promote awareness of public arts and cultural activity for members of the community, celebrate the social and economic benefits of arts and culture and its role in creating a quality of place in East Gwillimbury. Our committee continues to align its activities with the town's strategic plans, which include quality of programs and services, culture of municipal excellence towards building a complete community. We demonstrate this. Next slide. Meet our members. We continue to have an amazing group of volunteers. Oh, sorry, back one. Thank you. I believe some of those members may be in council chambers. I'm not sure. We are excited to move the committee's objectives forward in 2025. Next slide. Our 2024 activities reach programs engage with children, youth, and adults to discuss arts and culture interests and determine what those are, exploring creativity and finding those individuals and bring them to the forefront, to learn about the diversity of cultures now in EG. We attended town events, including Farmers Market, Celebrating the Arts, Nature Day, Lunar New Year, and Anchor Park celebrations. Our participation and engagement were welcomed by those who stopped by our booth. We continue along with the Farmers Market mural at the Farmers Market opening. The mural was created by grade 10 visual arts students at Huron Heights, and installation took place. Which was installed in the Democracy Gardens in the Children of Peace Park this past October. In addition to the unveiling of Holding Hope, our member Michael Hansen wrote a special song entitled Holding Hope regarding the meaning of the sculpture and the Children of Peace, which was played at the unveiling. Thank you, Michael. Michael is currently working on a music video for the song, which will be released soon. Next slide. On keeping up to date the website with new and interesting features and local personalities, accepted the first donation of art to the town through its new process established by the public art policy, supported the 2024 studio tour organized by MAGA and Shuttleworth Farms. The tour featured a number of our participants, e.g. libraries, local excuse me, Mount Albert artist opened his home studio, and Shuttleworth Farms, who had a number of artists and artisans and musicians located there. Next slide. Partnering with economic development businesses to commemorate an anniversary, grand opening, other significant occasions that the town considers an appropriate use of the paddle. We will continue to work with economic development through 2025 to ensure a smooth deployment of the program, which we hope will commence in January. Thank you.
Jeanette, I wonder if
Activities
you turn
continue.
your video off, we may have your audio a little stronger at this end.
Like being in, I don't like being there anyway, in person. There we go.
Well, we liked you here, but
Is this better?
we'll tell you if it's not. How's that?
Okay, that's perfect. Thank you. It's these hotels and their Wi-Fi's. An auction. Once again, we held an auction during Celebrating the Arts, with proceeds going to the Youth Support Fund. We continue to curate art that is displayed in the Civic Center on a quarterly basis, tying in with the Four Seasons. This art is available for purchase. 15% of the sale proceeds is collected. And we had 4 pieces of art that were sold this past year. Next slide. Continuing with art procurement, we are targeting Carnaby Park and received council's permission to commence the process for research to create an RFP. The possible art displays in the Health and Active Living Plaza. Next slide. We'll be working with the town staff on revitalization for the Mount Albert Center Street and Holland Landing's Young Street. Next slide. Continue for community engagement, continuing our efforts from 2024 and expanding them, farmers market, park openings, and other town events, supporting local artistic and cultural groups. The Paddle Project, we will be exploring an opportunity that has arisen to work with Carolyn Butterworth and taking the program into EG School. The library and Mount Albert Sports Day poster contest. Shannon Delaney, through Councillor Leahy, brought to our attention the idea of holding a poster contest for the 100th Sports Day. Our committee has volunteered to review submissions, provide feedback, and select winners. Next slide. Long-term goals. With the population of the town sitting at over 38,000 and with the town being labeled as one of the fastest growing communities, the committee plans to report to council at establishing a detailed strategic plan for arts and culture for the town. The last cultural plan was created in September of 2012. Its continued outreach program will help us to move forward with developing such a strategy. During the remaining 2 years of this term of council, the committee will focus on preliminary mapping of this strategy, working with town staff and its consultants. Next slide. The committee has a vision on how town of local artists and company musicians, performers, writers, photographers, and visual artists. something that incorporates local businesses to support and to open to a variety of cultures and community groups so that they feel welcome and engaged in arts and EG. This vision is the culture crawl. In 2024, we held preliminary discussions with economic development and the central idea that could work, and it was well received. Given the positive feedback on having this in future, we are looking forward to exploring this opportunity in greater detail in 2025. Culture Crawl ideally would be featured during Ontario Culture Days, which is a celebration of arts, culture, and heritage. And this takes place in September 5. The committee believes that this is something that EG should be a part of by hosting Culture Crawl. The economic and social benefits to the town, its residents, and local businesses is huge. Next slide. The committee would like to make a recommendation to Mayor and Council to adopt this event as a which is Economic Development, Central Chamber, and Experience EG, work with local businesses and the Arts and Culture Committee to deliver Culture Crawl. Next slide. In summary, the committee continues to align its activities with town strategic plans. The committee delivers and supports arts events that are accessible to diversity of interest, is a welcoming committee that connects residents to each other and opportunities through its art registry, delivers value for tax. That the community residents want and need. Our outreach has impacted on the local community and inspired individuals and groups. Thank you again for the opportunity of presenting our report and 2025 budget request. Are there any questions?
Thank you very much. Questions, please. I don't see any questions. I just have a comment that I noticed probably early in the season last year that you had a larger presence at several events, and I recognize that it's really important to get out there, and you've outlined exactly where you've been and what you've done with this report. So thank you very much. I'm not seeing any questions or comments. Could I have a mover, please? Councillor Johns, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye now.
Our next presentation is Sharon Temple. We know Ian's not the temple, but he's representing the temple today. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak on behalf of, I'm going to start by saying the Sharon Temple. I know we have a presentation, and then I'm going to move it away from the Sharon Temple. Now, we had an opportunity on November 4th. Many of you were able to attend, where we did sort of our tease soft launch of what was coming, and it was very well received. So if we could go to the next slide, please. We have named the site. It's been a long time coming, and it did take a fair amount of work, but we do have a site name, and the site name is the Sharon Museum and Gardens. And technically, the way it will read in the future is Sharon Museum and Gardens, home of the Sharon Temple, a National Historic Site. It better reflects what our grounds are, because there's so much more than the Sharon Temple. Now, the Sharon Temple overlooks everything, dominates the landscape everywhere, and it is actually the dominant landscape of Sharon without question. It's its heart, it's its history. It is always going to be the single most important part of what our organization cares about. But we're more than that. You'll notice that we have a tagline, reflect, learn, celebrate, which I think really captures very well what our mission is, and you'll see that we have a new logo. A little more modern and certainly more reflective of where we plan to go with the organization. Along with a name for the site, a new logo, a tagline, we're really pleased to be able to turn around and say that after probably 2 years of twisting arms, pulling teeth, we also have a new strategic plan with a new vision and a new mission. So if we could go to the next slide, please. So our mission is to preserve the Sharon Temple, and that is always going to be the single most important thing that we do. And I'm going to speak to this later on. Share the values and the story of the children of peace and maximize, and this is where things start to change, maximize the building grounds and meeting space, and you'll notice we've bolded this for a reason, to serve the community through exhibits, events, and cultural opportunities. If there's the theme to our presentation today, it's to drive home the idea that the Sharon Museum and Gardens is very much at the heart of community and serves the community. So we could go on to our vision statement, please. The next slide. Through our exhibits and event space, the museum will provide a welcoming space for the community while reflecting the values of the children of peace and their role in the birth of democracy in Canada. I'm not going to speak to the latter one, but I think everybody in this room knows that democracy and the Sharon Temple are inherently locked together. Next slide, please. Our objectives: to substantially change the financial performance of the Sharon Museum and Gardens. This is critical for us. We lost money in 2023. We will lose money again in 2024. We have got to come up with new ways to increase revenues beyond the grants that we get. And so that will be very much part of what we're reflecting and what we're working on. The second, increase engagement with the community and volunteers to support the vision, mission, and objectives. Next slide, please. You are our most important partner, not because of the finances you give us, but because East Gwillimbury is where we are. It's our home, and most of the events that we do together. So we view you as our critical partnership. So expand the partnerships, and we're working on some ideas now with the town of East Gwillimbury, other cultural organizations and not-for-profits, and be recognized as the cultural center of the community. I can't think of a space or a building more appropriate to say this is the cultural center, particularly within Sharon. Number 4, increase community understanding of the children of peace through event programming and strategic partnerships. We'll go on to number 5. Enhance the functionality and interpretation of the site through the construction of administrative and gallery space. This one's sort of been put on hold a little for reasons that I think are obvious to everybody. You know, losing the Howard House, it's really set us back. I couldn't even begin to estimate how many hours our board and staff had put into the Howard House coming onto our grounds. And of course, that right now, I'm not sure what the word is, hiatus? It's stalled, obviously, and we're working to try to come up with a solution. 6, to conserve and protect the material culture of the children of peace by improving the management, safety, and security of our collection. We have a large collection of artifacts. We need space to really show it off. Next slide, please. So we hold a lot of public events on the property, and here are just a few of them. Of course, you're all familiar with Canada Day. We get huge crowds for that. The classic car show, again, we had bad weather this year, so it didn't help, but you know, we draw thousands of people to that event. Next slide, please. Illumination, which is one of the most defining events that take place. It's absolutely beautiful. I think it's a cultural icon, and it's an event that started back in 1832 when the temple first opened. Next slide, please. I've been going to Haunted Halloween now for a few years. First of all, credit to the actors that are in the forest. My grandson was absolutely terrified. They are really, really good. But it speaks to, I believe that's Queensville Players, how these partnerships evolve and work out. This is a wonderful event. It draws huge crowds. And this year there were vendors. So again, you know, that ability to partner with the town of East Gwillimbury and to grow events and to serve the community. Next, please. Coming up December 7th? 8th. Old-fashioned Christmas. And again, I hope there's a little bit of snow in the air to make it feel a bit more like an old-fashioned Christmas, but we certainly expect good turnout, vendors, another public event being held on the grounds of the Sharon Museum and Gardens. Next slide. Community vendor markets, I don't know how many we do. I don't know if it says exactly, but we had 6,800 members of the public visit, and an additional 2,155 members of the public visited and explored our grounds free of charge. Next slide, please. So I said earlier that I would come back and talk about the Sharon Temple, and it is our first priority. And in fact, we could fulfill the first mandate if we closed the place down, shut the doors, and just made sure that no wear and tear ever took place. But that's not what we want to do. It is an architectural marvel, an acoustical gem. It needs to be shared. But the preservation costs are massive. So this year, we fortified the foundation and historical flooring. We just finished improving drainage around the building. We had done all this foundation work only to discover that there were pools of water underneath. And we didn't have, there's no eaves troughs on the building, so the water that comes off goes right down at the side of the building and into the foundation. So now we've got a proper drainage system. We reshingled the roof because not only did we have water in the foundation, but we had water in the temple. Keep going, please. And of course, the completion of the Hope and Truth Reflection Gardens, a space. All that work cost us close to $350,000, money that we don't have. Fortunately, we do have a really good grant writer. And Lori Woodyard, our executive director, has been remarkable in her ability each and every year to get funding, whether it's from Trillium or from the federal government's FedDev program. But in some cases, that money doesn't cover everything. So for example, with the Hope and Truth Reflection Garden, we had to go to donors, and we used some money that we had fundraised. So looking after that place is a big expense. And I think if you've been on the grounds recently, you would agree the place looks beautiful. Next slide, please. So our request for this year, 2024, you gave us $43,500. Community Canada Day expenses, you give us $3,000 towards that. And we're asking so an increase of $1,500 over 2024. So actually, those are the numbers for this year. Happy to entertain any questions, and again, really appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ian. I always enjoy you being in front of us to learn a little more. You think next door to the temple, and we've been in many, many times. We enjoy attending there, but when you come up at a council meeting and share some of the history, it brings it all back. So thank you very much. It's you're a gem with them, for sure.
Thank you.
Questions? I'm not seeing any. I should mention that Councillor Johns is our representative with the temple, and I know that he's been busy. He brings messages back as well. And so I feel that we are well aware of where your projects are and the needs that you have through Councillor Johns. So thank you. It's a good working relationship. I'm not seeing any questions. Not at this time. We know where to find you, though.
You do. So thank you again, and thank you for the wonderful partnership.
Thank you. Councillor Johns, you'll move. Happy to. Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. Item number 4 is Sharon Burying Ground. Do we have someone here from Sharon Burying Grounds? Touche. We will move along. Perhaps their timing's just a little bit off, and we should have, if they arrive while we're continuing, then we'll make space for them. The next community group presentation is the Mount Albert Sports Day and Spring Fair. Welcome. Good to have you with us today.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and members of council. Thank you. So my name is Devin Cullen. I'm co-chair on the Mount Albert Sports Day Executive Committee. And on behalf of the Mount Albert Sports Day and Spring Fair, I'd like to thank you for hearing our presentation and funding request. So when I was asked/told I was going to be doing the presentation to council, I decided I was going to create oh, hold on, sorry, I'm just kind of doing an introduction. I was gonna create a really fun, slideshow, lots of animations, in theme with Sports Day. It's a fun event. My wife told me, don't do that, that's stupid. I did not listen to her. On the morning of submission, I was told no animations allowed, none of that. So my whole fun slideshow got kiboshed, which is okay. I spent a lot of time with the animations. I had a little Star Wars theme scroller going on. The reason I mention all of this is just to hopefully put you in a little bit of a sympathetic mood and generous and giving, spirit. So as such, I will now present the boring version of the slideshow with the animations removed, followed by our extremely humble request. Okay, so you can slide through. This was pretty cool and dramatic before, but yeah, Mount Albert Sports Day. So guess who's turning 100? Yeah, that's right, Mount Albert Sports Day this year. It's our 100th anniversary, and that's, we want to make it a special one. All right, next slide. So in a town, or a long time ago, in a town not too far away, if that's Star Wars. So a little bit of history. Mount Albert citizens wanted a public playground over 100 years ago, so they raised some funds to secure land. But the location became controversial and it could not be resolved. In 1924, the Women's Institute decided to make another attempt. They tried to persuade the town to purchase lands for the park, but they needed 2/3 support from the taxpayers to do so. Initially met with opposition. Through hard work and determination, they eventually succeeded, garnering the support needed, and the town fathers purchased the land, which is now known as the Mount Albert Community Park, and of course home to the Mount Albert Sports Day and Spring Fair. So the following year, June 3rd, 1925, crowds showed up for the inaugural Sports Day, which included a parade, baseball, horseshoes. I don't think it's the same horseshoes we play these days. I think they probably just chucked horseshoes. Races and other sports, as well as local talent show. Every year since, while growing and evolving, Sports Day has taken place with a balance between holding past traditions as well as adding many new elements. One thing that hasn't changed is that all surplus funds raised have stayed within the community and been given back. All right, so you can stay on that slide. We have a lot going on at the fair. The Midway, of course, with lots of fun games and rides for all ages. The 5K run and walk, the soapbox derby, the exotic and classic car show, and introduced last year our family zone, which we plan to significantly expand this year due to overwhelming success and positive feedback. We've got various tournaments going on, including the classic slow pitch tournament, cornhole, modern horseshoes, as well as kids ball hockey tournament and 3-versus-3 basketball tournament. And we've got plenty of fun, good-natured contests for the community members with, lots of competitive spirit, of course. Finally, we've got our vendors market, which showcases many arts, crafts, products, and services, all from our local vendors. All right, next slide. All right, we also have our entertainment pavilion, which during the day is free for entry. It showcases many community events. We've got our Kicks dance demonstration, which if you have not come out to see, it is absolutely fantastic. The community martial arts karate demonstration. We've got local bands up on stage, entertainers on stage. It's awesome. It's great. Of course, we've got local food trucks, and for our 19-plus crowd, ice cold beer. Next slide. So these are just a couple pictures showcasing, what goes on at the fair. Next slide. Same thing. Had to blank out their faces. All right, so it does take a team. We've got over 150 dedicated volunteers that spend countless hours. I think someone tried to count the hours and we said over 1,000 plus, but I don't know. Shannon, my co-chair back there, I'm pretty sure she alone did 1,000 hours, so I don't know that that's accurate. I think it's much more. And then, of course, lots of support from our town councilors and their staff, and blood, sweat, and tears. Not the band, but. Next slide. So this year, we've got a mix of some returning members to our executive team, as well as some new members. We've got Shannon and myself. Shannon's sitting behind me there. We're the co-chairs. We've got Marissa, who is our new secretary. She's coming from a few different councils, school councils. We're anticipating big things from her. We've got Karen returning as our treasurer. Leo Gray is stepping into Neil Lukovich's shoes as our entertainment coordinator. And we've got Danielle Musso, who's taken on a bigger role this year with our marketing. This is just a little thank you to some of our sponsors. We do have a lot more than this, but these were the ones that provided us their logos. Next slide. So Mount Albert Sports Day and Spring Fair, we aim to bring the community together through arts, culture, food, heritage, and tradition. We welcome and invite all our community as well as surrounding communities to our event. Of course, being a budget meeting, here are our financial statements. So of course, running the fair is costly. Not only is it costly, but most of our expenses, they're fixed costs and non-refundable, while our revenue is mainly variable, essentially relying on a good turnout to offset the upfront costs. Not a good business pitch, but the only fixed revenues we really do have are any pre-sales we get, as well as donation sponsorships, and of course the support from the town. All right, so next slide. So what we're asking from the town this year, a commitment to graciously waive the various CPRC rental fees, the CIS, road closure fees, bylaw permits, fire prevention inspection fees, and other fees as has been customary in years past. Without this concession, the fair couldn't run, at least not at the current costs or expenses that we're dealing with. Commitment to once again be our preeminent sponsor for 2025 with a $15,000 contribution. Support with obtaining our liquor permit, and support in any way possible to help reduce our expenses. So giving back, Mount Albert Sports Day is giving back anytime there's been a surplus of funds, and we commit to continuing this tradition. We currently are sitting on a surplus, and we're in the process of formalizing a sort of a new way of, not a new way, but a more open and transparent way of giving back, letting members of the community apply for various, letting us know why they need the funds, and hopefully we can give them back to worthy areas. Thank you very much for hearing our presentation. Is there any questions I can answer for you?
Thank you very much. You've answered a lot of questions, I'm sure. And I know that the people that are in this room are Sports Day fans.
Yeah, me too.
We go out to the Sports Day because there's a lot of activity going on, and we enjoy what's taking place in a small community, and come back with a better understanding of how tight it is for the community to get together on that one weekend.
Yes.
And I know that there are many, many people who spend their time volunteering for the Sports Day. We're well aware of the numbers. I would expect into the 100 maybe people that donate.
We
time.
estimate 150 volunteers, just, ranging from, starting now all the way up to Sports Day with the planning to day of volunteers or weekend volunteers coming out and, just lending their time at that for the weekend.
Wonderful. And we have Councillor Crone and Councillor Hay that are our representatives and keep us posted on the dates and the times as well. So,
Yes.
thank you. Questions? Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Cullen, thank you for all of the hard work that you put into your modest presentation today. I would have been excited to see the animations, but thank you. Last year, the Sports Day Committee came to us and asked for a $10,000 contribution for equipment, new tables, chairs, things like that, there was,
Yeah.
it was capital, I guess, is that you needed to invest in some of that.
I believe we asked for 14,000 and 10 was granted.
Yeah,
That's
we got
correct.
10.
Yeah. Yep.
So I'm just wondering what the $25,000 fee waiving
Yep.
could be considered a contribution as well. I'm just wondering
We-
what the additional $15,000 would be used for this year.
Yeah, so we absolutely do consider the $25,000 it's a contribution.
Yes.
The fair couldn't go on without that. So while I do, it is a contribution, it's not like the town is losing out, because if they didn't do that, the fair just wouldn't happen. So we do absolutely appreciate that. As far as the 15,000 additional funds this year, it is our 100th year, so we have some extra expenses. We do want to make it a very special. So there's some additional marketing. We want to have some giveaway, stuff. And it just is, overall, it's expensive to run. All of our costs, they add up. So any support we can get anywhere, but specifically from the town, is very greatly appreciated.
Thank you, Mr. Cullen.
Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to our presenter, I'm going to echo the comments of my colleague. I really would like to see that original presentation. You'll have to send that to us.
It's not that good. I just tried to make you feel.
You've hyped it up now. I think my colleague has raised an important point about the money that is provided in the services in kind and waiving of fees. It is, you may have heard, we're in a tight budget crunch this year, and so we're looking under sofa cushions for every penny we can to try and save. So we'll certainly look at that, your request, as we get into the deliberations. But I really want to thank you and Shannon for all the hard work you put in. I know volunteer organizations are really struggling in this day and age, and I know it's been tough for you guys, and I applaud everything that you do in keeping this Mount Albert tradition alive and well, and we really do appreciate it. So thank you for all your hard work and everything you do for the community.
Well, thank you, and thank you to all of you as well.
I'm not seeing anyone else that would like to speak. Thank you for coming out, and we appreciate it very much.
All right,
Have a
thank you,
great
Madam
day.
Mayor and councilors.
Thank
You
you.
too.
Item number 5 on our community group I'm just going to read it over. Community Group Mount Albert Sports Day. Move, be it resolved that the presentation made by S. Delaney regarding the Mount Albert Sports Day and Spring Fair budget request for 2025 be received. All those in favor? That's carried. Pardon me? I think it was.
I was happy to.
Yes, I thought it was. Okay. Thank you. Okay, we're at item number 6, community presentation routes connecting communities.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Welcome,
and
good to have you with us today.
Members of council, thanks for having me. My name is Jordan Prosper. I'm the new executive director with Roots Connecting Communities, and we're here to give you an update on not only what we've been up to, but also a background of the gracious support that you've provided for the community grant in 2024 and plans for 2025. Next slide, please. So what's new? Myself. I've been on the role for about 4 months, and the team has been incredible, and the community has been great about welcoming me to Roots. We are an organization that is predominantly volunteer-led. We have about 170 to 180 active volunteers and about 12 staff. So we are, to echo councilors' comments, we are a volunteer-driven organization, and we experience the same challenges that organizations do in that field, but our team's been great and resilient at responding to the community needs. So other than myself, we've launched a new housing program to try and combat the struggles with homelessness and precariously housed individuals here, not only in the town of Georgina, all of York region, quite frankly. So that's a new program that we're really happy to offer. And we're always looking to explore a new community space. Our primary house and office is located in Sutton. We are continuously outgrowing that. We're at the Link in Sutton, and we're always looking for new space that may become available. Next slide, please. So to give you an understanding of a variety of our programs, the common trend is, or perception is, we offer transportation, which we do. We have volunteer drivers taking individuals and family members to medical appointments, social gatherings, but we also have an accessible vehicle for any individual that has accessibility needs to offer a similar level of service, and that is a capital item that we have. It's a van that's wheelchair accessible. We offer bus trips and charters through our Quest Bus. So the majority of the work that we do is transportation, but we do a lot more. So the item that you see on the screen there is our Brain Games booklet, which is a resource to individuals who need stimulation on the cognitive end to keep them healthy aging at home. We have those free of charge, and they're available to any members of the community. So we've seen a big uptake in community living and organizations like the Alzheimer's Society who use this resource to their clients to stimulate cognitive activity, and we're happy to offer that. We also offer social activities such as our friendly calls, so any individual who's dealing with social isolation or loneliness, depression, anxiety, that may not have a social circle here in the community, we have volunteers who offer that companionship. And I think that's a main theme that I want to drive home today is not only through our staff and our clients and our volunteers, that companionship and that trust is really a common theme in everything that we do to make sure people feel safe and connected in their communities. And in terms of the outreach and community engagement, we have ambassadors, we have volunteers. We're a very well-resourced team, I would say, on the volunteer side. We have about 12 active staff, as I mentioned, and we're really happy to offer those services. Next slide, please. So in terms of what we've been up to with the support from the town in 2024, we were the successful recipient of $7,500, and we're grateful for that. Where that money has truly gone to is to support predominantly our transportation service, and we've specifically offered over 1,700 rides in the town to date, which is a 7% increase from 2023. Your constituents represent about a 21% of our client database, which is a huge population that we continue to serve, and we're really happy about that. and we've seen a significant spike in the number of residents that we're supporting compared to 2023. We've seen a 230% increase. So thank you for your ongoing support promoting our services. In terms of active volunteers, we do have 5 active volunteers in 2024 from East Gwillimbury, and we're looking for additional support in that. And to give a snapshot of the value of where your $7,500 is going towards, that equates to roughly $3.20 per ride in order to keep people safe in their communities, access to medical appointments, social gatherings, etc. And it's an investment of about $28 per resident. So thank you for your ongoing support. And we always want to keep that top of mind of that, cost per ride or cost per service. It's great value for your money, we feel. Next slide, please. I'd be remiss if we didn't share some testimonials, and without reading them specifically here on the slide, these are specifically from transportation or friendly visitor clients that reside here in East Gwillimbury. And the common theme, as I mentioned before, is there's a theme of companionship. There's a theme of trust. There's a theme of keeping people safe in their communities when they're at their most vulnerable states. So whether it be a ride, whether it be a friendly caller, whether it be a meal, we tend to be that lifeline to the community, and we're really happy to be a part of that. Next slide, please. So in terms of our 2025 request, we have submitted a request, and we hope that you consider. We've increased the ask from $7,500 to $9,000, and I guess where the money will be going is very similar to where it resides now. It's primarily supporting transportation. We have spent a lot of time offsetting the costs and for our volunteer drivers to drive an additional distance in order to reach our East Gwillimbury clients. But it's also, we're finding that clients need subsidy as well in terms of the fee for service that's offered. Right now, to go in town would be roughly about $13, and we're trying to keep those costs as low as possible in order to make sure it's accessible to the community. So we want to find the balance of not only the volunteer side, because our volunteers are reimbursed mileage for the services that they provide, but also to the clients to make sure it's accessible to everyone. And then also, as our 5 active volunteers that we have, obviously we want that number to grow, and that will require more resources for retention and recognition, et cetera. Next slide, please. So how can council help? The image you see here, we need volunteers more than ever, and the item that's highlighted here is volunteer drivers. That is a core need of what we need now, but we also accept friendly callers. We also accept meal delivery drivers. There's a role for everyone in the community, we find, and that would be the core ask, is promoting our services within your constituents to not only get them to participate in our services, but to also give back and volunteer their time to support the work that we do. We are always considering space, and the support from the town would be great for any community events that we offer, any meeting space that we may have, consideration that we are a not-for-profit, and any savings and in-kind contributions from that end would be greatly appreciated as those requests come. And specifically have us back in the future to provide a presentation. With that being said, wish everyone here a happy holiday, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much. Councillor Leahy.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor, and through you to the presenter, Jordan. I want to commend you first because you have a very high level of presence in the community, and whenever I attend an event such as a seniors event or the farmers market or other events throughout East Gwillimbury, your volunteers are always there manning the booth. So, so thank you for working hard in your outreach efforts, and I also want to acknowledge that you are providing a much needed service, obviously, from the statistics that you shared with us. So I just wanted to make that comment and welcome you to your first presentation in the council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Other questions, comments? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you to our presenter, thank you very much for joining us this morning and all the service that you provide to East Gwillimbury. I took special note of your comment with the assistance you provide to folks struggling with Alzheimer's, and that's something very near and dear to my heart. I was the past chair of the of AS York, and I appreciate everything that you've done. Like many organizations, we're all struggling with increased costs and whatnot. What would you say is your number one pain point in running your service right now?
Well, as a not-for-profit, we do have zero base funding. We are not funded by, a provincial entity. We are reliant on fundraising, donations, grants. That would be the biggest not barrier necessarily, the biggest challenge on a yearly basis. Planning for the future with limited to no base funding is a challenge, but our team is very resilient at finding dollars where we can, and as I like to say, not just throwing spaghetti at the wall, having a strategic approach to where those funds are driving to, and making sure that it aligns with our mission at the same time.
I'm wondering about your fundraising activities and how can we get involved? It may be able to advertise, maybe that we show up. It may be a variety of other, could you just share that with us
Sure.
as well, please?
So I would say from a fundraising standpoint, we are just scratching the surface. The majority of our fund development has came from soliciting grants from, the provincial government, federal government, Trillium Foundation, et cetera. No different than many not-for-profits. I would say our fund development strategy is going to look different moving forward into 2025. We're on the cusp of launching a new strategic plan, and we anticipate that'll be a big vision of where we want to go moving forward. So in short, there's nothing aligned yet, but we will absolutely reach out in the future to see how East Gwillimbury can support moving forward.
Thank you. Yes, I appreciate that. And whether it's East Gwillimbury as a community or individually,
Right.
Members of council to participate as well. So thank you very much, and all the best for your fundraising and your activities. I know they are very important in our community.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions. Mover, please. Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. I think we have a mic on here. We are at item E for deputations. We have none at this time. And item F is a 2025 business plan and budget, East Gwillimbury Public Library, Library Services 2025.
I wish I had thought of a Star Wars theme. Darn, next time.
Good to have you in front of us today. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of council, and senior management team. My name is Christine Glenn, and I'm the chair of the East Gwillimbury Public Library Board. Today, I have the privilege to introduce our library CEO, Sandra Sidor, who is joining us online, and our deputy CEO, Heather Albles, who will present our proposed budget for 2025. Next slide, please. I would like to start by expressing our sincere appreciation for the chance to present to you today amidst your busy schedule. Our library is far more than a collection of books. It serves as a cornerstone of our community, bringing together knowledge, culture, and community engagement. Our vision, empowering people, enriching lives, reflects our unwavering commitment to uplift and enhance the lives of those we serve. We bring this to life through our mission, igniting our communities through literacy, discovery, and connection. Every initiative, service, and program we offer is guided by these principles: fostering literacy, sparking discovery, and building meaningful connections to empower individuals, enrich lives, and help our community thrive together. We are thrilled to open our new branch this year, as evidenced by my enthusiasm in this picture. And we are also looking forward to enhancing the exceptional services offered by our 3 existing branches. Among all the investments made in your budget, this one will stand out as a tangible benefit that residents can immediately appreciate, demonstrating a clear value for their taxpayer dollars. Next slide, please. Libraries are far more than just places to find books. They are dynamic hubs that cater to a wide range of community needs. Guided by our strategic plan, our offerings extend beyond traditional resources, with programs and services such as food pantry, a library of things that allows patrons to borrow tools, unique items. We have streaming services, we have ebooks, and we even have farm visits. We host story times, nature days, and we pop up at the farmers market. We also provide tech support to ensure everyone has access to the skills and connections they need. Libraries bring people together, creating spaces that empower, nurture, and enrich lives in meaningful ways. Our CEO and Deputy CEO will soon present a budget proposal that not only sustains our library's operations, but enhances it as a role and a vital community resource. We recognize the challenge of balancing community needs with rising costs. I assure you that we have carefully considered these demands while remaining mindful of the tax base. I would like to again this year take a moment to thank this council for your support of our 3 branches and for having faith in us to invest in our new Queensville branch. You're our biggest partner in helping us deliver what I believe are essential services to our community. Thank you to the EG staff for your continued support and partnership, and thank you also to the amazing staff at EGPL that bring all of this to life for our residents every day. Together, we can continue to build a strong, more informed, and united community through the power of knowledge, literacy, and the enduring support of our public library. I will now hand the presentation over to our Deputy CEO, Heather Alblas, and I am confident you will find it a thoughtful, forward-looking roadmap designed to ensure our library continues to be an invaluable asset for generations to come.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Christine. Good morning, Madam Chair, Council, and Senior Management Team. My name is Heather Oblas, Deputy CEO at the East Gwillimbury Public Library. Last year, next slide, please. Thank you. Last year, the library launched its new strategic plan built on 3 priorities: building healthy communities, expanding access, and providing exceptional experiences for both our staff and customers. I'll provide some highlights of key accomplishments this year. In support of building healthy communities, the library established new community-led programs by partnering with EG's local farmers, by running our summer reading club paired with diverse programs, and by introducing our first kindergarten readiness program in partnership with local schools. The library expanded access through the launch of its new website and public internet stations, and by introducing self-service holds, improved shelving, and a new video game collection. In support of exceptional experiences, the library implemented an employee engagement strategy and introduced a fresh logo and branding package to enhance our marketing efforts. Next slide, please. The library lives out its mission and achieves its goals through its service points activated by our team of 17 full-time equivalent staff. We currently serve our residents through an off-site library locker located in Sharon, our physical branches located in Mount Albert and Holland Landing, and our digital branch of online resources and services. We look forward to expanding our service points in 2025 with a new physical branch in Queensville as part of the Health and Active Living Plaza. Next slide, please. This heat map shows us where our current card holders reside, and a single card holder can often represent a full household. There is a strong correlation between physical branch proximity and number of card holders, with the majority clustered around our Holland Landing and Mount Albert branches. Building our Queensville branch will address the need for an additional service point in proximity to resident households in our growing community. Next slide, please. Now I will provide a summary of key metrics, which can be found starting on page 102 and 103 of the 2025 Business Plan and Budget Preview. Overall, card registration remains steady this year. We anticipate a 6% increase in new card registrations overall from last year by year end, and a 10% increase in new card registrations overall from when we compare to 2022. The library has seen increased engagement across many service areas, demonstrating an increase in active membership, which is our priority moving forward, to support an engaged membership who is regularly using the library's services to enrich their lives. Library visits, looking at the second graph there, are at an all-time high since COVID, as shown by the orange line, and up nearly 20% from 2023. Next slide, please. Since 2020, we have seen steady increases in digital and physical materials use. From 2023 to 2024, we've seen a 6% increase in physical item circulation and a 14% increase in digital materials circulation. Next slide, please. These graphs reflect both on-site programming and outreach programs. Since returning to full service in 2022, we've increased program offerings by 95%, and we've seen a 26% increase in program participants. Next slide, please. The library has seen notable increases in study room use over the past 3 years, as noted in the first graph, with a 13% increase from last year and a 102% increase from 2022. This graph demonstrates that our community values the functional space a public library can provide, whether it be for small business use, a community group gathering, or for personal study and leisure. In response to community feedback, the library is prioritizing the availability of study room space in its new Queensville location. In addition, the library continues to see steady growth in wireless use, denoted by the second graph there, with a 13% increase between the branches from last year. Pairing these metrics with study room use, we see how our community is increasingly coming to the library to access space and connectivity. So now I'll take a few moments to address any questions regarding the metrics.
Thank you very much. Questions of our presenter? Go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. I want to make an observation, which was when you showed us those heat maps, I was happy to see that Mount Albert, as a councillor for Ward 3, Mount Albert was a hot spot of library use. So it's great to know that our local residents are using the library in such high numbers there. My question is with regard to the priority which you indicated, which would be increasing active memberships moving forward. I noted on one of the graphs that the number of memberships had declined by approximately 1,000. And so I'm curious as to what you would attribute that decline to and what measures you're taking to move forward to increase those memberships.
Mm-hmm. So there are a few possible factors there, one being the scale of the graph. But it sounds like you noted that the scale was very dramatic in comparison to the actual number. So I think it was about a 500 drop, but the graph makes it look very dramatic. The second piece is we did manually renew cards throughout COVID because people could not come to the branch to renew their cards. So that, in a sense, can artificially inflate the numbers a little bit because typically people would be coming in of their own volition to renew the cards, but we're just doing a mass renewal because they can't come in. So that may have impacted the numbers, which we're now seeing dropping off since then. A third piece is that we did have to make some changes to our report that captures all of our statistics. It wasn't aligning properly with the public library statistics report that we are accountable to. So because of some discrepancies there, that unfortunately made our numbers appear artificially inflated for a period of time as well. So we're seeing that drop off now that the report is running more accurately. In terms of active membership, what we are encouraged by is that we are seeing more use of our spaces as these graphs have been reflecting, and more engagement with our programs and our collections. So just because someone holds a library card, which would be a stat in terms of our card membership, it doesn't necessarily mean that they are using the library on a regular basis or at all. You can sign up for a card and then never come back. So the hope for us is that people are going to sign up for library cards, but make more use of the space, and that's what we would consider to be active membership. You don't just have a card in your pocket, but you are coming to the space using the materials and using the services that we have to offer, and that's what would be reflected in our engagement statistics, such as wireless use, program participation, circulation of materials. Does that help address the question?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, you're welcome.
Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I just, I did want to highlight, in addition to Ms. Albus's comments, was these numbers can be changed quite dramatically by simply one of our librarians visiting a school and signing everybody up in the class for a library card. And so those numbers can fluctuate quite a bit. I think it's only one metric that reflects what's happening in the library. Every other metric is showing that you're seeing exponential growth. It's double-digit growth. It's not just an anomaly. The other thing is that we talked at the library board about looking at net new cards rather than existing cards that expire after 2 years and aren't being used, but really looking at how we are adding new members to our patron base. Thank you.
And I will note one more thing, that we do hope to focus on active membership in terms of promoting our services in the community, particularly in the Queensville area. That's part of our business plan for 2025, is to make efforts to campaign. We want the active members, but the community needs to know about us and what we offer. So that's a big piece of what we're going to focus on in 2025 as per our business plan.
I'm not seeing any other questions. Just a thank you very much, if you would pass it along to all members of staff, how appreciative we are of having a library that's as dynamic as you're running at this point.
Sorry, we still have a very important speaker to introduce. Don't want to forget about Sandra on the screen.
We won't. Thank you.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
thank you. So now I would like to introduce Sandra Sidor, EGPL CEO, to present our 2025 business plan and budget. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christine and Heather. Good morning, Madam Chair, Council, and Senior Management Team. My name is Sandra Sidor. Of course, we're all well-versed with working together. Unfortunately, due to a passing of a family member, I'm presenting virtually today from here in Winnipeg. So thank you for your patience. Looking ahead to 2025, the library will see the manifestation of our growth plan that aligns with our strategic priorities. Our three main business plan priorities are to build healthy communities, expand access, and provide exceptional services. Next slide, please. Build healthy communities. EGPL will respond to growth by connecting with our community and meeting people where they are. In 2025, we will focus on engagement, communicating the value of library memberships, and through effective outreach, expanding active library card holders. We will celebrate the past and engage the community in our 50th anniversary celebrations, and we will look to the future and connect with Queensville residents to raise awareness and promote library memberships prior to the opening and launch of our Queensville branch at the Help. This all in alignment with our growth plan. Next slide, please. We will expand access, creating a welcoming library space by removing barriers and enhancing our spaces. Everyone is welcome at EGPL. We are a community connector, and as we expand access, we will recognize our newcomers and vulnerable populations with expansions in diverse programming options, delivery of food pantry services, and extensive outreach services. Next slide, please. EGPL will provide exceptional experiences. We're committed to exceptionality by supporting our employees, reaching our residents, and evaluating our practices. The EGPL team is our biggest resource, and we will invest in training that supports our exceptional service standard through the development of a service delivery model. Next slide, please. I would now like to provide an overview of the Library Administration tax-supported operating budget summary and highlight some of the key changes from 2024. So please join me and refer to page 106 of the EG Business Plan and Budget. With the 2025 opening of our Queensville branch at the Help, the library will see a 28% increase in salaries as we fill the 2024 approved salary positions, with an increase in benefit fees and annual maximums for CPP, EI, OMERS, and WSIB. Do note that the help positions have been prorated to coincide with the launch date and have been funded from the help reserve. 3 full-time positions will be hired in spring 2025 that include the coordinator of customer service, customer and community service specialist, and digital experience specialist. Summer recruitment will include 4 part-time customer service specialists and the proposed 2025 2 shelver positions. We are proud of our new EGPL rebranding, with updates stretching across our website, service points, and social media. In 2025, with the launch of our Queensville branch at the Help and the onboarding of support staff, we're asking for an additional $3,250 to provide corporate attire for our public service team and really let our brand shine. Our library team is the top resource at EGPL. We invest in a strong workplace culture that is apparent in the exceptional services we provide. The 44% increase in our corporate events reflects our expanding team and ensuring we continue to offer opportunities for team building. EGPL keeps stride with the town and will offer pregnancy and parental leave benefits starting in 2025. A $4,500 contingency fund has been put in place to secure funds for future requirements. With the addition of a new branch, the cost of offering library services will expand, with a 32% increase for program instructors and for courier services between our locations. Postage fees for interlibrary loans continue to rise, augmenting our courier and mail processing expenditures by 51%. We are constantly reviewing our balances and looking for ways to save. 2025 savings can be seen in our software and licensing and maintenance expense line, as many of the licenses were purchased in 2024 in anticipation of an earlier help launch date. This is shown in the chart on the screen. In comparison to other N6 libraries, EGPL is the lowest in terms of its operating budget, exclusive of contributions to reserves. In 2025, at a per capita cost of $53.32, we offer 2 branches, a digital library, hold locker, and a reserve-funded new Queensville branch. As our population grows, we will need to continue to invest in library services to maintain our exceptional service standard. I would like to pause here for any questions you may have.
Are there questions? I'm not seeing any hands up, so you're doing a great job.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. I will continue with the next slide. To begin, I'd like to provide an update on 3 2024 replacement and repair capital projects. 2 of the projects are regularly occurring, which are the library materials and the IT hardware replacement. These projects are based on our 10-year capital plan and include the replacement of loanable materials and IT equipment. We're dedicated to ensuring that our collection reflects the needs of our community and that our technology is continually updated to meet our service standards in the delivery of library service and the provision of access. These 2 projects are on target for completion at the end of the second quarter. Our third project was to update our public internet computers. This project ensured the continued delivery of exceptional service with efficient, modern technology available at our library locations, ensuring reliable access to our resident users. This project was completed in the third quarter 2024. In the first quarter of 2024, we also completed an open project that was the launch of our new website that Heather mentioned earlier, which provided improved navigation for our digital library customers and was the ideal launch platform for our new EGPL brand. Is there any questions pertaining to our past projects and our open capital projects?
Any questions? I'm not seeing any. Very thorough. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll continue with our 10-year capital. 10-year capital projects for the library will include the ongoing repair and replacement projects that are funded through the tax levy. This includes, of course, our library material replacement and our technology replacement that provides Chromebooks, hotspots, website, network, cybersecurity, and radio frequency ID on all of our materials. The library board is committed to the EGPL growth plan and recognizes the adjustments required to the capital project budget based on development charges. The Hall and Landing expansion project has been adjusted to design in 2031 and facility expansion in 2033, with a Green Lane Corridor Library facility study in 2029 and a library master plan in 2030, funded by growth studies development charges. That provides you with an overview of our 10-year capital plan. Madam Chair and Council, are there any questions regarding the 10-year plan?
Thank you very much. Questions from members of council? I'm not seeing any at this time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would now like to provide an overview of the 2025 proposed capital that are highlighted on the screen. In addition, you can reference page 144 and 153 of the EG Business Plan and Budget. The library's physical items, books, AV, are funded through an annual capital program funded by tax levy. The library materials capital budget is used to replace older collection materials and to ensure that the total inventory is current and available to the community. With steady increases in our circulation of library materials, this ongoing replacement capital project supports our collection materials. Our hold lists for popular items speak to the continued interest in borrowing books and the steady need for additional copies and replacement of requested titles. Vendor costs continue to push our library material budget with an annual increase in capital funding to meet the associated publishing fees. To match vendor circulation costs, the library is requesting a proposed total of $120,000. To support growth in our community, an additional capital project that is funded through development charges of $5,000 provides library materials to Hall and Landing and Mount Albert, taking the total of library materials to $125,000. Cybersecurity has become of paramount importance in network maintenance. We are committed to the replacement of our devices to ensure modern standardization as a service client of the town of East Gwillimbury. Funding prevention is our best defense in battling cybersecurity, with a capital project ask of $10,000. Replacement and repair of our IT equipment impacts our ability to provide service to our customers. This 8,500 capital project ensures modern staff laptops and extends hotspots for lending at our Mount Albert location, where residents continue to experience issues with reliable internet. As discussed earlier in our presentation, the use of our library meeting spaces is on the rise. Small businesses, residents, and students need quiet places for meetings and study. The library installed study rooms at the Mount Albert branch in 2022. The rooms see excellent use. However, due to HVAC and lighting restrictions, the rooms do not have a roof or ceiling above. Therefore, sound travels through the library. The library is hoping to install acoustic panels that absorb sound and provide better customer experience and accessible spaces for those using the rooms while not requiring any significant changes to the facility. We have received a quote from a leading vendor for $10,000 to install the panels above both meeting rooms, as you can see in the image on the screen. Madam Chair and Council, are there any questions pertaining to the 2025 capital projects?
Thank you very much. Questions? I'm not seeing any.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'll move to new staffing request. GPL is proud to be a local employer. Our shelver positions are ideal student part-time jobs. With short evening and weekend shifts, they provide many youth in our community with their first jobs. With the proposed opening of the HELP in September 2025, these proposed positions have been prorated as they would be filled a few weeks before the launch for training. These two positions will be funded from the HELP Reserve. The total funding request is for $16,337. Next slide, please. The Library Board is requesting a next net tax levy increase of $19,700 or 1%. This represents $1.35 per year for the average EG household. The library has seen steady growth in its services, programs, and loanable collection. We're requesting an increase to our net budget to continue to provide our community with free programs and services that are enriching, inclusive, and empowering to people of all ages and stages. On behalf of the East Gwillimbury Public Library Board, thank you today for receiving and considering our budget request. At this time, I'll ask if there are any further questions.
Thank you very much. Questions of Sandra? Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Sandra. First of all, my condolences on your loss. I'm so sorry about that, but delighted that you're here to share this budget with us. Big supporter of the library. I think you do a lot of great things in the community, and libraries are certainly bigger now than they've ever been with the services that they offer our community. I know during the pandemic, the assistance with the hotspots and just opening, having the Wi-Fi accessibility was so important to many of our residents, and that really helped stem the tide. Apart from financial assistance, what is the biggest thing that this council can do to help you? What can we do to help make your job easier?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair, to Councillor Crone. Thank you so much for highlighting what we've been in the community. And most definitely this fall, coming alongside EGPL and having the opportunity to meet with each one of the councillors has been an enriching experience. All councillors mentioned their support of the library and also made mention of the needs of their residents. So as councillors, Councillor Crone, what you can do most for the library is keep up with your ongoing communication. You are the voices of your residents, and we are dedicated to serving our residents. As we move forward, we are celebrating the amount of library card holders we have in Mount Albert, and we want to continue to hear their voice. So connecting with you, Councillor Crone, and you, Councillor Leahy, is key in activating those library memberships. In addition to that, to our other councillors, I would ask ongoing meetings. I look forward to meeting with you all on a quarterly basis to find out what your residents are needing. And as we move into our Queensville launch, is to celebrate together. In talking with Councillor Johns too as well, in some of our early conversations, we were discussing, how we can launch Queensville celebrations and really connect with a lot of the new property owners that are there and really let them recognize some of the value that is added and how EG is providing a complete community. So really, Councillor Crone, it's through active communication in uniting together to connect with our residents.
Other questions, comments? Counselor, go ahead.
Thank you. I've had lots of opportunity for input through the library board, but I just wanted to shout out to the library board for their hard work to bring in a budget that is one of the lowest net increases of all our departments. So congratulations to the board on that, while still making sure that the library is front and center in all our communities. As we move towards a sharing economy, more and more the library is at the center of that, and it's the heart of our community. And the library board works to make sure that the library has what it needs, but the net increase they're asking for this year's budget is only 1%. So congratulations to them for doing that hard work for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? With that, yes, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I recognize that the EGPL is the last group to speak this morning, and not that I'm a Grinch or anything, but like but it's fine. I'm always thinking about how can we create efficiency? Is this the best use of time? Are we sitting here, as Mr. Marshall knows, like why are we sitting here for $500 or discussing 1%? And I was sitting here reflecting this morning. And I have to say my heart is full, because when I hear all of the community groups presenting, from the Sharon Museum and Gardens to the Chamber of Commerce to Roots. Roots is interesting. Just the service of having a phone call with somebody who is elderly. I have a phone call with somebody 3 days a week at 6:30 in the morning, and he's in his late 70s. And I was talking to him this morning, and he challenged me to love every minute of what we're engaging in here today, because as you get older, that's not going to be the case. And so bringing it back to all of the work that is done, like the memories of Mount Albert Sports Day, the memories of multiple generations in the EGPL, I just wanted to communicate openly that while in the beginning I was challenging, like, why are we even sitting here from an efficiency standpoint? Like, my heart is full, and all of the work that the volunteers do in the community and all of the work that the services that are delivered from all of these groups, I'm just incredibly proud of all the work that's done in the community. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you very much. I think the sentiments follow right across this. Thank you. Just would like to, actually, Councillor Crothers, would you move the, be it resolved that the presentation made by the East Gwillimbury Public Library regarding 2025 library services budget be received? All those in favor? And that's carried. I'm taking a look at number 2 is our department reviews continued, and I'm just wondering if a 10-minute stretch might be appropriate at this time. Be back and fresh and ready to take the department reviews. Thank you. We're back online, and Mr. Marshall, I understand you're going to kick it off a little bit for us.
Sure. Through you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, Madam Mayor, members of committee. We're going to continue on with our review of the 2025 budget. Right now, we would like to move into the community initiatives, which is in your tab that's called supplemental information, which I think is the last tab in your budget. I'll give you a second to turn to that, because we would like to look at the summary that's on page 1 of 26 of that supplemental information. So included in the 2025 budget proposal is the first column called Community Initiatives Ongoing. And that is the ongoing funding that was approved in 2024. And that's just carried over to 2025. So there are about a dozen requests for changes to the funding that was approved in 2024. I think there's about 9 increases and 3 decreases. In order to enact those, committee would have to make an amendment to the budget to incorporate those into the budget. So if there's no amendments made, the budget that is approved is the first column that's called Community Initiatives Ongoing. So make sure that that's clear, so we can open the floor up for discussions on any of the requests.
Any requests to, at this point?
Yep.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think there's probably a few areas we could trim here. Certainly, the Road Watch Committee is inactive and dormant, so I think we could eliminate that piece. The amount of money that we give to the Sutton Fair Seniors Games, I think that could be deleted as well. I would even go as far to say that we trim this year anyways, the support for the Chamber of Commerce breakfast. And we could even probably reduce the committee contingency from 15,000 to 3,000 to shave a bit off. So I would be making an amendment to that effect.
Thank you. Comments? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I would support Councillor Crone because I think when we look at the overall mayor and council budget, if we're asking our staff to cut back, we need to be doing the same. And I think these areas that Councillor Crone has identified won't really affect anyone. It's things that aren't being used, and I think it's a smart move for us. So I'd be supporting that amendment.
Okay. Other comments, questions? I'm not seeing any. I would assume without any discussion.
Madam Mayor, I'm not sure of the process, but can we do the amendments now? In the moment and
Yes, we could.
get through it?
I will email that. I will be emailing the amendment to the clerk and deputy clerk. You should have it in your inbox.
Madam Mayor, just bear with us for a moment as we share that on the screen for members of council to review the proposed amendment.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. My question was with regard to the 12 changes that our treasurer referred to. Do we need to itemize those 12 changes specifically in the amendment?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes, you would have to.
Very good. Well, then I would also like to add to the amendment, if I may, that we accept the request for an increase from routes from 7,500 to 9,000.
Sorry, go ahead.
I believe we have an amendment already on the table, and we should deal with that one
Deal
first,
with
I
that
believe.
one first, and then we'll.
Yeah.
So the one that's on the table now.
Madam Mayor, it will be shared momentarily. We're just having some copy and paste issues into our formatting, but that should be done soon. Just one more minute. Through you, Madam Mayor, it appears that we have been able to capture that on the screen before you. Councillor Crone, if you'd like to walk us through that, perhaps you can just let us know how you've presented it, and Madam Mayor, then that would be up for council to ask any questions or vote on.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Yeah, I think this is it's low-hanging fruit for us that we can snip some money off the budget. We are under pressure to reduce it. So Sutton Fair is, we've talked about this ever since I've been on council. We talk about this. Seniors Games is another one. I don't think they've been used for a while. Let's just get rid of it, and I think we can reduce the contingency, the committee contingency down a bit. We're still leaving some in the bank there as a reserve, but you know, we're trying to do what's best for the taxpayers, and I think this is an area that's an easy win for us.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I believe part of it is cut off because you had mentioned Road Watch and the Chamber Breakfast.
Yes.
So to get to that, I think that it's just not all being shown on the screen. There we go.
Any questions?
I'm good to call the question if it's.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, we're just working with finance as we have to separate individual line items for the purposes of the requirement for the amendment. So just bear with us for a moment as we're working with finance staff on that.
It's easy. Exactly.
You got another few of those you can cough up.
Stuff cooking.
Madam Mayor, just bear with us. We're going to be sharing a cleaner version of that. We've worked with finance staff to make sure that it's appropriately captured.
Members of council, I believe you have them in front of you at this time. There are several, 1, 2, 3, 4 that I have in front of myself as well. you want to talk to them?
I think I said all
Okay.
I need. Like the question's been called.
There's 5. 1, 2. There should be 5, I believe. Is it 5?
Oh, senior schemes, yeah.
Yeah, seniors games.
Is there discussion regarding these 4 items? 5, okay. So there are 5 that are being recommended at this time. Discussion? Seeing none. It's been moved by Councillor Crone. All those in favor? And that's carried. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
The Heritage Committee was one of the committees that asked for an additional $500 in order to allow for their members to attend a conference. As I understand it, some of them were not able to attend last year because their budget didn't permit it. Councillor Foster, I know this is your committee, but I'd be willing to entertain that amendment to allow for that increase, but I will defer to your expertise since you're more intimate with it. Not in that way, though.
Thank you. Yeah, there were some, there was great interest in that conference. I'm not sure where it is this year, but there's interest again. I think there was part of the issue was there were some hotel rooms and stuff that, some other costs that were funded by the members themselves. So that would be a modest increase. I can go with whatever the group thinks.
Discussion? Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I would like to respectfully suggest that we have a conversation around what we are paying for in terms of volunteers and whether it is a priority to be paying for volunteers to attend conferences.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I'll speak to Councillor Leahy's question. Although I'm not in support of increasing the Heritage Committee, I believe every committee would like more money, and we did a good job over the last few years of bringing everyone in line to $2,000. Certainly, we have a $3,000 contingency. If anyone wants to apply to that, we can look at that. I know that my Trails Committee and my Environment, when I was on the Environment Committee and other committees, there was often one-day conferences that are $150, $400, and the members who volunteer their time on our advisory committee, we want them to be giving us the best advice. In order to give us the best advice, they need to have the latest information. So I don't agree with going to big conferences that cost thousands of dollars and there's travel and hotels and everything else, but we're close to the city. There's a lot of good conferences down there that are one-day conferences that can easily be done within that $2,000 budget. So very supportive of ongoing learning. And Madam Mayor, you come from a school board background as well. Continuous learning is so important, and we rely on our advisory committees to give us the best advice. So very supportive of PD for them, but just not excessive. Thanks.
Thank you. Other? Councillor Johns, go ahead,
Thanks,
please.
Madam Mayor. I agree with Councillor Leahy's comments and further Councillor Carruthers' comments. I think that, you know, in this time when the provincial government is reviewing what school boards are spending on trips and hotels and $8 orange juices, I think that it's a time that we tighten our belts and think about where we can cut, and I think it's really important that council take a leadership role in that. So I appreciate Councillor Leahy's comments.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
I did want to, it's not necessarily an amendment, but I did want to sort of set as a matter of policy two things. One is when we're giving funds to groups, and I'll use the E.G. Gardeners as an example, I would like to see that $1,000 be spent on the operation of the gardeners, the materials, the mulch, the tools, those sorts of things. As I understand it, they have made donations to other organizations, and I would like to see our funds not necessarily be used for that, but for the operations of the committee itself. And so I wanted to convey that, if there was some way of communicating that to our groups in general. That I think is important. If we're giving them tax dollars, then they should be using it to operate their committee. The same thing goes for our broadband working group and our economic development advisory committee. We spent quite a bit of money on a volunteer appreciation night, and I would prefer to see those committees attend that meeting or that event rather than spending tax dollars on an appreciation lunch. And I know it creates a team building up atmosphere, but I think there's other ways of doing that. And for the committees that I sit on, I'd be happy to communicate that. And I just wanted to make that as a matter of policy for us.
I could certainly support that. Councillor Carruthers?
We have our pending review of our committees, and I think that's something that we need to capture, that we want to make sure how funds are spent is clearly laid out in our review of committees, because I think this is the same conversation we've had in the past. And I've mentioned before, I have a problem with giving money to a committee who then turns around and charges residents to attend their events. I think that's wrong, or that charges membership, and they're receiving council funds, town in-kind donations. So I think we want to be very clear that if the taxpayers are paying for it, there shouldn't be admission as well. So I would like clarity on that when we bring that policy back. Thanks.
Noted. Thank you. Other items? Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. If it's appropriate at this point in the process, I would like to present an amendment with regard to the Roots Connecting Communities, a request for an increase to $9,000 from $7,500 that they received. We had a presentation this morning which demonstrated the significant increase in the use and how well they are providing services to our EG residents and the number of services that they provide. So I think it would be appropriate to approve the request for an increase to $10,000 for the Roots Connecting Communities group.
Discussion on that item? Yes, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm satisfied that the contribution of $28 a resident, or $3.20 per ride that they're providing is a sufficient level of support for this organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Okay, we'll put it on the screen. It's highlighted in blue. Be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the Mayor and Council 2025 tax-supported community initiatives budget as follows. And the category is community grants and initiatives. The budget amount is $7,500. Amended amount is $9,000, which is an increase to Roots Connecting Communities Fund. And that's the explanation for it. Any questions on that? Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
I just wanted to clarify my vote on this. I wholly support the organization. To Councillor Roy DeClemente's comments about sufficient, well, it's challenging for us to determine what is sufficient. I think that the $7,500 that was in the existing budget is appropriate, and I won't be voting in favor of this tax increase, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, please.
I'm just noting on page 1 of 26 for the operating budget that in 2023, we gave them $5,000. So last year, they saw another $2,500. This would represent a significant increase over 2 years for their funding. So I, too, am not in support of this motion.
Thank you. I know that their routes are increasing. I'm a little torn with this one. Yes, go ahead.
Is this something that through the golf tournament funds, we could look at providing some additional funding for them? I agree with my colleagues that in a year where we're trying to bring down all the costs that we're adding to our budget, I think that adding even more is not the direction that the residents are asking us to go right now. And I think holding the line on this one and not asking for cuts, I think is showing our support. And if there's another way for them to access funds, maybe through the golf tournament, that might be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite often we find after we've passed the budget, there are some nooks and crannies that we still can use along the way. So I certainly agree with that to stay there. So, I'm fine with that. I'm not seeing any other questions. All those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
I'm just looking for a supporting page for the climate action outreach. There's $1,000 here, but I don't see a supporting page, and maybe I'm missing it. I thought that there was a fair amount of money already in the operating budget for our climate action, so I'm just wondering what the supporting data is.
Councillor Crothers would like to speak to that while you're
Is
going
there
through
a
it?
page supporting it?
No.
No, okay, so I'm not missing it then. Okay, thank you.
So
Then I'd love to hear more.
this was added in last year, and so the budget that's before us is a carbon copy of what was there last year. And so this was added in last year when the subcommittee spent a lot of time going through this budget line by line and looking at what areas of our strategic plan we were supporting. And this area was an area that we weren't supporting the way we should. But I agree with you, Councillor Roy DeClemente, that we are now supporting it in a different line throughout the budget. So I think you've identified something that could be cut. This year, we used it for the heat pump form that we had, which I think was really good use of the money. So I think this would be well used if it stayed in here. It doesn't really make a huge difference in the scheme of things, so that's why I didn't put it forward as an amendment. But however my colleagues want to go on that, that's fine. I think it shows council putting this forward as a priority by having it in our own budget.
Comments?
I'm pretty sure there's quite a few dollars assigned to this in other areas of our budget because it was such an important part of our strategic plan. So I will put forward a motion that we remove this item at this time.
Thank you. Discussion? there discussion at all? Councillor Johns?
I'm happy to support my ward mate in her suggestion.
Thank you. Pardon me?
Seeing as there's no discussion, I'd like to call the question. It's
Thank
not
you.
a lot of money.
All those in favor? And that's carried. Are there any more amendments to bring before us at this point? I'm not seeing. Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Madam Mayor. So we had a couple of presentations today, and some of those were requesting additional funding. And if an amendment isn't made to approve that additional funding, they would be declined in their funding requests. So it might be an idea to address those.
Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, as the Sharon Temple Councillor Liaison, I will put forward the amendment for the $1,500 in the growing community that, and the work that they're doing. I will be supporting that. And if the clerk would like me to email an amendment on that, I'm happy to, or I'm assuming that there is the template that you can use for that.
Thank you.
Through Madam Mayor, certainly there is a template that we have ongoing. So what we will be doing per each amendment, we will try and capture them on the screen for all members of council to see prior to votings being casted. So just bear with us for a moment as we formulate that.
Madam Mayor, as the clerk and the team are just building those amendments, can I ask a clarifying question on the Mount Albert Sports Day? They did make a request for the 15,000, but is there, I just want to clarify, is the 10,000 that was in the budget previously last year, is that already existing within the budget, or is that, would that be a new funding source, Madam Mayor?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the 10,000 that was approved last year was approved as a one-time funding amount. So there is nothing included in the budget for 2025. And so if you're to entertain that, it would be a one-time increase.
We have the proposal on the screen. This is moved by Councillor Johns. Be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the Mayor and Council 2025 tax-supported community initiative budget as follows. Community grants and initiatives budget $42,000, amended to $43,500, increased funding for Sharon Temple Museum. Comments? Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I remember in past years, the comment that we were supporting the temple to the tune of $1 per resident. What would that look like? What's our current population?
Mr. Marshall, do you have any idea?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't have the exact number, but I'm not sure if anyone else has that number.
Mr. Velcher?
Madam Mayor, it would be in the neighborhood of 42,000 population. It's right in the ballpark of what the number is right now.
So given that, I would want to keep it at 42. I think our residents are asking us not to increase our budgets, and I think that the 42,000 is a good chunk of money, and it's in line with historically how we've supported the temple, and we're also supporting with additional $3,000 for Canada Day. So that puts it over the $1 per resident that we've historically done. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? So the budgeted amount is 42,000. Councillor Johns has put a motion for $43,000.
Yeah, $1,500, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Yes, Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I was operating, I appreciate my colleague, Councillor Johns, asking for the clarification on Sports Day. I was under the impression that it was already included in the budget. As it is not, I will put forward an amendment that we provide $10,000 in funding for Mount Albert Sports Day and Spring Fair. I think, I know last year we said it was a one-time only. I think we'll make that comment again, one time only, a second time. Being its 100th anniversary, I don't think this is the year to cut. We'll have a conversation about it next year, but I think it does a lot for the community, and I hope my colleagues can see their way through to support it. Thank you.
Comments? Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
I've stated earlier that I think it's wrong to have tax dollars go towards something that charges admission. I believe that sports, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe Sports Day does charge admission. So we are already supporting this to the tune of $25,000 in in-kind donations. Last year it was a one-time funding, so I don't see this as a cut. I see this as sticking to, we said one time. On the other hand, I hear it's their 100th anniversary. So I'm wondering, I would be supportive of having that $10,000 go to offset attendance costs so that people can attend the fair without paying a gate fee. I think that would be a wonderful way to celebrate the 100th anniversary, is to open the gates to all residents. If their tax dollars are supporting the fair, they should be allowed to attend without having to shell out more money. So as long as that $10,000 is going towards residents not having to pay admission, I'd be happy to support that.
I'm happy to, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to support that edit to the amendment, or caveat, if you wish.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, go ahead.
Thank you. Earlier in our process, I suggested that we shouldn't be buying branded clothing and celebration items with our own tax dollars here in the municipality. And so for me, while I recognize that the 100th anniversary is a significant accomplishment, we are already supporting this event to the tune of $25,000 and plus in-kind support. The $10,000 last year was for capital, for the stuff that they needed to be able to run the fair. Yes, there are gate fees, but there are also free parts of the event that you can attend without having to pay. From my perspective, the presentation this morning showed us that they did have a surplus, and if they feel that they should be spending that on celebrating the 100th, then that just means it's less money that comes back to the community. The way that they haven't figured out a way to donate their money back at this point. They haven't got that mechanism in place, so they're sitting on assets that they would like to disperse, and I think that that would be celebrating the 100th anniversary is a good way for them to use those assets. So I would not be supporting the increase. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, please.
I think it's an absolutely fabulous idea that Councillor Carruthers came up with. The fact that, as Councillor Scrone called out about the 100th anniversary, I can think of no better way than for us to be able to act as a catalyst to swing the gates wide open and celebrate all that is wonderful with Mount Albert. This is very much a homecoming for people. And There is so many incredible memories and connections that are made. I think that it's great leadership for Councillor Carruthers to suggest that we get the gates open and be able for everybody in town to be able to celebrate. So I'm in supportive of keeping the budget for what it was last year.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Call the vote. Okay.
Madam Mayor, just bear with us for a moment as we are going to capture some of the changes, and we'll put that on the screen before you.
Be it resolved that Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the Mayor and Council 2025 tax-supported community initiative budget as follows. Community, under account category, community grants and initiatives, budget amount is 0. Amended amount is $10,000. Increase one-time funding for Mount Albert Sports Day. Should we also have that it's the 100th anniversary on that?
Yes. There you go.
Please. Any questions? That the approved funding be used to fund free admission for East Gwillimbury residents. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Are there other items to be discussed at this point? Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor. There were 2 new requests that are at the end of the package that did not receive funding in 2024. That's the 55 and Up Club and the Sharon Burying Ground. If there's no amendments, then their funding is declined. So.
It's under new group requests. It's $10,000 total. 55 and Up Club is $2,000. Sharon Burying Ground is $3,000. $5,000 total. Yes, sorry, the amount is 5, not 10. Any discussion? Any interest? I'm not seeing any at this time. Please go ahead.
Yeah, so through you, Madam Mayor, the other request was from the Art and Culture Advisory Committee that we heard. Request for an additional $5,000.
Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Yes, so through you, Madam Mayor. So the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee does a significant amount of work for the community and has been regularly praised for that work. To my mind, the unveiling of the Holding Hope sculpture in the Children of Peace Park, it was a tremendous success. And the committee is active and dedicated, and I would like to suggest that we do support them in their request, because they generate donations back to the town itself with the paddle project and the work that they are doing for the Economic Development Advisory Department in our town to design and produce the paddles that new businesses and businesses in East Gwillimbury will be acknowledged with. And so I believe that they play an exceptional part in delivering improvements to the quality of life in East Gwillimbury. So I would be supportive of an amendment of an increase of $5,000. My understanding from the chair of the committee is that that is a one-time request because of some confusion with a previous request, that they were unfamiliar with the process and that there was somehow they fell into some gap. I'm not sure if the treasurer would like to speak to that from last year. That they were under the impression that they had been granted an additional amount of money beyond the 2,000.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I believe what happened last year was there were some discussions going on with the budget amounts, and what was adopted in 2024 was what was the base budget that was approved in 2023. That additional $5,000 wasn't included in that base budget, so the base amount of $2,000 was carried over into 2024.
So further to my understanding of the situation, we have just in this meeting reduced the committee contingency fund from 18,000 to 3,000, so that if any group like the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee wanted to make a request for additional funds, we have dramatically decreased the amount that they can make the request from. Is that correct? Yep. Okay, well, I would like to put an amendment on the floor because the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee provides exceptionally incredible services to the town in the sense that they are organizing and spearheading the production and placement of art within our communities to enhance our lives here in East Gwillimbury. So I would like the amendment to reflect that we increase that. And so the request is for a total of $7,000, so an additional $5,000. And with the understanding that from the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee perspective, that would be a one-time request and that it would not be duplicated again in next year's budget. Thank you.
Comments? Councillor Roy DiClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I'm not sure if it makes sense for it to be a one-time request since this committee continues to deliver. They're providing events for us. They are doing incredible amounts of community outreach and raising awareness. And from my perspective, $7,000 is a tremendous value for our residents. Other communities have staff members who do this work for them, and we don't. And so for 16 cents a resident, I'd be happy to see that. Having a one-time funding amount, what it does is it puts them back in the position of having to request their operating funds over and over. And I'd like to see them have continued support and sustained support rather than having to come back to the well every time. Perhaps they can have a look at some of their expenditures and reduce some of those. Perhaps the Economic Development Department can support through their operating funds some of the work that the committee's doing on the paddles. So that may be an option for them going forward, but I don't see it as being a one-time amount since I've been on the committee, it's been a consistent request every year.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. Councillor Johns?
Yeah, to start by saying that I wholly support the committee and I support the premise behind Councillor Leahy's motion, and I support Councillor Roy DiClemente's comments into the fact that we need to make it multi-year. And I do understand that the Arts and Culture Committee is going through a bit of a strategic plan for longer term what the vision is for the town. And I come back to what the actual role of committees is from an advisory perspective. But then I balance it with the opportunity to have this dynamic and financially supported arts and culture within our community. And I don't think that we should be putting it on the backs of our taxpayers on every single budget. So if we're voting for this, we're saying that there's a tax increase. Well, is there a better way? And so I have sat now here for a couple budgets, and I continue to look at the community capital contributions, and I look at the arts and culture heritage budget line. And every year that I sit here, every year it continues to go up. Next year, it's going to go up by $55,000, and it's going to grow to the end of the, and on top of it, the interest, sorry, I misspoke. It's going to go up by $50,000, and interest accrued is going to be $55,000. So we're going to have $1.9 million that is supposed to be dedicated to arts and culture in this community. We continue not to use it. It is not delivered by our taxpayers. It's delivered by the contributions from the development community. And we are sitting here at budget asking for taxpayer money to fund arts and culture of $7,000 over a multi-year when we have not $1.9 million that is accruing $55,000 a year without touching the principal. And so I am going to be voting no for this motion, but I am wholly supportive of the Arts and Culture Committee as they're working through their strategic plan to ask council for a proper committed use of this arts and cultural heritage budget that is sitting here. And I would love to see a multi-year plan, as Councilor Roy D. Clemente called out, because we need to support it. We have almost $2 million sitting there, and we're debating over $7,000, and I think that there's a different way to think it so it doesn't have to come from taxpayers' pocket.
Thank you. I'm not sure who had their hand up first. I was, Tara, go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Carruthers. Perhaps I could place a friendly amendment on the table, Councillor Leahy, that this funding would be allocated out of the accrued interest in the CCC reserve for arts, culture, and heritage.
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead.
Could I make a friendly amendment to that with the advice to have the Arts and Culture Committee come back to us with as part of their strategic plan? Whatever, you know what, pull it, forget it. We can just have a conversation on the side, whatever.
One way or another.
Whatever, trying to make it happen.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. This goes back to my comments around committees in general. The Arts and Culture Committee is an advisory committee to council. They should be providing advice to council. And if I was on that committee, the advice I'd be providing is that we get some in-house expertise that we have to promote some of these events, and some of the things that they're doing should be run by staff. We shouldn't be relying on volunteers to do this much work. It's an incredible amount of work they're doing, and I am so appreciative of the work they're doing. It's just that when I look at their terms of reference, it's to provide advice to council. And if they want to provide the advice to council that we should be having a paddle project, then we can look at that. If they want to provide advice to council that we need to be buying art at certain parks, then as a council we can look at that. So I worry about that we spent so long getting all of our committees at the same level, and committees that were doing events were told to pare it back, let staff handle it. And as long as volunteers are doing this work, there's no incentive to grow the in-house expertise that we need on our staff. So I would feel wrong to increase one committee to $9,000 when all the other committees are being given $2,000. There's lots of great ideas on various committees, but they're all told you are advisory and you have to work within that $2,000 budget. So pending the review of our committees, I could not support an increase, keeping everyone the same for another year, knowing that this review is coming forward, and we can take a look at that and decide if there is areas in our town that we don't have the expertise. The Environment Committee, for instance, was providing a lot of advice on the environment until we hired an in-house expertise. Same with DIAC, it was the same thing. So let's make sure if we have a need that we are funding it properly and we're not putting on the backs of taxpayers and volunteers.
Mr. CAO, I think you had your hand up next.
Madam Mayor, I know there's further dialogue you want to have on this, just for some additional context, just keep in mind that independent of the budget discussion and what you determine in terms of what funding support you want to provide, I think I heard that about the committee report coming back. There's also the event strategy that has not yet come back to council. So there's a couple of key pieces that might just help inform some of your discussions about what you see as the medium and longer term. I say that independent of what your choices are around what you do with the 2025 budget, but just that those pieces are yet to come, and they might help you in terms of what you see the future looking like.
Go ahead, Councillor.
Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As the council liaison for this committee, I thank the CAO for helping make clear the bigger picture here, because we have been hearing from other councillors about the importance of advisory committees sticking to advice. That has never been the case with the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee, and we are in limbo because we have been waiting for at least a year for clarity, and I know the Arts and Culture Advisory Committee has been waiting for clarity with reference to the committee report that we are waiting on, and whether or not it's just a matter in the future of changing the name of the committee, but that's for a future debate. So since it's my amendment, I would like to follow up on the suggestion made by Councillor Roy DeClementi that we do approve of the request, but that we take a more creative approach and we to allocate those funds from the CCR, and that we look in the future for working in a collaborative manner with the Economic Development Advisory Committee in the production of the paddles for the town, which the advisory committee is working with the town to produce those paddles. So those are the friendly amendments I'd like to make to my amendment.
Thank you. Other comments, questions? Councillor Roy DeClementi, was that hand?
No, I'd
No.
like to see the results of, I have another motion to make after this, I think, but let's work through this one first.
Okay, the motion before us is be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the Mayor and Council 2025 tax-supported community initiative budget as follows. Account category, community grants and initiatives, and it's drawn from reserve in a budget amount of $2,000. That would be drawn from community grants and initiatives, and amended amount of $7,000 that would be drawn as well. And an increased one-time funding of $5,000 for Arts and Culture Committee in addition to their base funding. Go ahead, please.
Is there any restrictions on how that money can be used? Can they go to a conference and stay at a hotel and drink $8 orange juice? Is there any restrictions on, because it's coming from reserve, is there any restrictions on how that can be used?
So through you, Madam Mayor, the funding for the CCC is for arts and cultural heritage items. So if it's related to an activity that's associated with that, you could still use that funding.
Okay, so we're going to have to be careful with that to make sure that how it's used. And I was by no means applying that that's how they would use it. I was using that as an extreme example. So with this, is there other pots of reserves that other committees could be using? Could the Environment Committee, for instance, access some money from a reserve if they wanted to do something? I worry that we're opening a Pandora's box here. And as our CAO said, we are awaiting the event strategy. We are awaiting the committee's report. And I think when we have those two items in hand, we'd be better informed of how to proceed. So I would be voting no to this, even though we are drawing from reserves. I think we're opening a Pandora's box here. And absent these two major reports that we're awaiting, we need that advice from our staff. Thank you. My question was rhetorical.
Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm conflicted about this one. I wholly support the committee. I think they do great work in our community, and I love what they do. I hear the concerns from my colleagues about, and I like the idea of taking from reserves. I think that's smart. But I am worried that we're kind of making up rules on the fly as we go along here. If I could ask staff, do we know what the due date is on the reviews that we're doing? When do you think we might see them?
Mr. Karmazin?
Through you, Madam Mayor, to the Budget Committee, it was our best intent to have the event strategy prior to the budget and business plan. I think what we saw was an overwhelming engagement with our community, in particular with surveying our community, and then analyzing the data that came back from our community. We would endeavor to report back to Council in Q1 of the new year, and we would also look to coordinate our efforts with legal and legislative services with regards to the structure for the report for the committees of Council.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, if I may, one further question. Is there some way we could hold this money in a lockbox until the outcome of that review, pending, being positive, and we can work with it, so we're not making up things as we go along.
Mr. Valchik?
Madam Mayor, if committee or subsequently council wishes to access reserve monies, then because it is not a change to the tax levy that would be expected for 2025, if you're talking about a tax levy change, that would need to be made during this budget deliberation process. But if you're talking about a one-time expenditure that comes up through the year, there are means that the Finance Department could facilitate that if that was council's wish.
Thank you, Mr. Velcher. That would be preferable to me, so that we have a well thought out plan. I guess my position is saying this is not today, but probably tomorrow.
Councillor Johns?
Okay, so after hearing the discussion evolve, that's why we're sitting around the table, the arguments are sound. If it's coming in Q1 and the opportunity to fund through reserve can come as part of a strategic plan, and not wanting to open Pandora's box, to Councillor Carruthers' point, I'll vote no on this, but knowing that we are going to support arts and culture in a much larger way, in just counting the days now until Q1. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Carruthers?
So just to be clear, even if this is defeated, we can bring it back in Q1. My worry is that procedurally, that if a motion is defeated, we have to wait to bring it back. So if this is going to be defeated, I would suggest it be withdrawn, just to make sure that we're very clear on that. And maybe a substitute motion of considering the arts and culture funding request in Q1 along with the review, with funding coming from the CCC. So I just want to put that out there, that we want to be careful that we don't defeat something that we can't bring back. Thanks.
Councillor Crone, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll ask this question to Madam Clerk. If it were defeated, we'd have to wait, is it 6 months before we could reintroduce it before committee?
Through Madam Mayor, there is a difference between the motion that you're considering in the Budget Committee, as what you are in right now is a committee structure whereby the motions will be presented to Council for enactment. So right now you're in the committee structure. If the intention is for the councillor who has moved the motion to withdraw it in an effort to introduce it at a later time, that's something that can be done. However, in terms of the reconsideration, that doesn't really into effect until Council actually enacts it in Council meeting. So when it's placed on the December 3rd Council meeting agenda, and it's passed, that's where the provision of reconsideration within your procedure bylaw will kick in. Right now, though, you are in the budget committee structure, so until that time, you know, any other amendments could be presented differently at that time as well. So really, at the end of the day, it's up to members of council and Councillor Leahy, if you have moved it to determine if you would like to withdraw this with the understanding that there is another amendment or another motion that's being presented to ensure that there's some coverage for the arts and culture support. So those are some of the backgrounds around this.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so is my understanding correct then, that if we proceed with this amendment and it's defeated, a subsequent amendment could then be presented on the same topic, but perhaps for a different amount or some other logistics around the amendment? Is that correct?
Through Councillor Leahy, are you asking whether or not the if this motion was defeated in the budget committee? So if it's defeated in the budget committee and members would like to reintroduce it, it would have to be substantially different than what it is on this. Otherwise, within this structure, you would have to kind of make a reconsideration. However, if you're in the council meeting, which is on December 3rd, where all amendments are being presented for enactment, it depends. If council moves ahead with defeat on that, then the reconsideration provisions on your procedure bylaw will apply, which means you would have a requirement of a special majority to bring it back for reconsideration. I believe the intention right now is to consider whether or not members would like to withdraw this, if you would be willing to withdraw this particular for a subsequent motion that I heard Councillor Carruthers was putting in place that is contingent on the event strategy that will be addressed in Q1 of 2025 to see if there's facilitation of support at that time for Arts and Culture Committee.
I would like to proceed with this amendment and have a vote on it now. Thank you.
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
So the key word there is substantially different. So I just worry that if we're talking about draws from reserves here, if we want to put forward another motion that talks about drawing from reserves in January, this will muddy the water for that. So I don't need to put forward a substitute motion, but I would encourage Councillor Leahy to consider a substitute motion to make sure that it's clear and make sure that we don't end up not being able to accomplish what it sounds like this body wants to accomplish. And that is to be able to fund this amount to the Arts and Culture Committee in the new year with the event strategy. So I just want to be really clear that when we're talking about drawing from reserves, if we try and put on another motion after this, if it's not substantially different, we can't proceed forward. So let's not cut off our nose to spite our face, right?
Councillor Johns, you had a question?
I was wondering if Councillor Roy DiClemente wished to reconsider, because I believe it's Councillor Roy DiClemente's, no, it was Councillor Roy DiClemente's amendment to Councillor Leahy's amendment. So could Councillor...
So having worked previously with this group of volunteers and having had it's probably one of the most fulsome pages in our budget binders, one of the most polished presentations about their plans. I do not wish to see this committee hobbled for the sake of procedural red tape. So if this doesn't fail, I have another idea. So if this doesn't work, I have another idea, and I'm going to keep proposing ideas until we get it through.
So shall we proceed with a vote, Madam Mayor, on this amendment as it reads?
Call the question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
Surprise. I would like to move that a one-time amount of $5,000 be transferred from the Arts and Culture CCC Reserve Fund from the interest already accrued, that amount be transferred to the Parks and Rec and culture staff budget under community grants initiatives, which is earmarked for events. And further, that following the committee structure report and the event strategy is adoption, that staff report back regarding long-term staffing and funding needs and parameters regarding the arts and culture master plan. So the rationale there is we've acknowledged that the committee is doing work that we think staff should be doing. So let's empower staff who are liaisons with the committee to spend the money according to how they've already outlined it. We do the one-time transfer into their operating budget, the committee can proceed, and then we have a report back that allows us to figure out that long-term staffing strategy like we have done for trails, economic development, and the environment.
Makes sense.
I didn't type it up, Madam Clerk, I'm sorry. It's half done.
Through you, Madam Mayor, perhaps you could bear with us for a moment as we can work with our teams. We are working with finance to also make sure that if this is an amendment being proposed, that we can adequately capture it within our formatting.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to repeat myself, but I think given the hour, and I don't want us to be slowed down by the fact that it hasn't been prepared in writing. I think the spirit of my motion was understood. I'm happy to answer questions. And I can certainly work on the verbiage with the clerk's department for our minutes.
Councillor Johns?
Yeah, I'll just say I support it. I think it's great, and it aligns with what the near-term and longer-term goals of what we're looking to achieve. So I think it's well thought out. I think it's great.
Go ahead, please.
I'm very supportive too, and I'm very proud of how this body has worked together. I came from that end, went to this end, went to that end. I think we've all had our 2 cents in on this, and I think we landed where we need to be. I will be supportive of this. Matter of fact, I think if the money's being transferred to Parks and Rec to support the arts, I would be very happy to support a higher amount from that reserve, given how much it is generating. So I think that this is the tip of the iceberg, and knowing that when we get our event strategy, I think we should look at this source of funding to actually increase our support for the arts through Parks and Rec. So thank you for opening this door, Councillor Roy DeClemente, and happy to support this, and happy to support even a larger amount once we take a look at our event strategy.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, I'll echo the comments of my colleagues, and I think this is a win for all sides, and I appreciate Councillor Roy DeClemente. What do we used to call you? The wordsmith. The wordsmith.
Oh, there was chief wordsmith. Was that what it was?
I think
Councillor
that was
Johns coined it. I
that
think.
was it. Anyway, this is what collaboration is about, and this is why we're here, to do the people's business. So I will be supporting this wholeheartedly.
Call the question, Madam Mayor.
Oh, I don't think we have it there yet. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Madam Mayor?
Sir, through you, Madam Mayor. So what is before you on the screen is the amendment that's been captured through the formatting that we've been using. So perhaps if you just want to take a moment to look at that.
Yes, go ahead.
I thought we were adding, this wasn't coming from community grants and initiatives. I'm very concerned with us increasing the budget under Mayor and Council. I thought that we were withdrawing from reserves to add to, but it's showing the category as community grants and initiatives, and it will show an increase. So,
Yes, Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
So this reflects the account category. The budget line item is actually under PRC, but the account line item is called Community Grants and Initiatives. So it's not in the mayor. Pardon me?
Page 86.
Yes.
Okay, so we have, that's a problem I noted when I first looked at the binder. We have 2 community grants and initiatives, right? So we need to probably look at a different language around that. So, okay, so this is not mayor and council community grants and initiatives.
No, this is PRC. Community.
Got it, thank you.
So be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the Parks, Recreation and Culture 2025 tax-supported budget as follows. Increase one-time funding. In PRC, $5,000 for Arts and Culture Committee activities. Provide funding for the one-time funding for PRC Arts and Culture activities from CCC Arts and Culture Heritage. Are we good to go? Go ahead.
There was a second part of my motion, which wouldn't necessarily be fitting into one of these boxes. I've just drafted it and sent it to the clerks. And this, I don't know if it needs to be a separate motion, but it regarded the long-term planning portion. So I said, and further that following the receipt and adoption of the committee structure report and event strategy, the staff report back regarding long-term staffing and funding needs to support work in the arts and culture area, including the development and implementation of an arts and culture master plan. So that was the second portion of the motion I made. I don't know if that can be incorporated here, Madam Clerk. I'd like to see it together because it kind of explains what we're doing.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I am seeing nods from our finance department, and they are acknowledging that it's appropriate to have it tied in. Yeah.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions? All those in,
Sorry, I was just
all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. I think we're just after the 12 o'clock, and I'm assuming that people are ready for some lunch, so we'll take a break now, and I would say an hour. That be sufficient for everyone? I know people have some phone calls to make, et cetera, but we'll look at just after 1 o'clock. Thank you. Perfect. We're back online, and we're at number 1 of Mayor and Council Community Initiatives. We'll now resume the balance of our Budget Committee meeting. General Manager Marshall, could you please walk us through the balance of the Mayor and Council Community Initiative section, please?
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. Just to wrap up the community initiatives, there are 3 areas that that requested increases to their budgets that haven't been addressed by committee. That is the Heritage Committee, the Broadband Working Committee, and the River Drive Park Community Group. So if council wishes those budgets to stay the same, then no action has to be done. But if they wish to make amendments to that budget, they would have to table them.
The one for River Drive Park, I know that that hall is not used as much as it used to be over the years. The community has just simply changed. And I'm just wondering, is there amendments for or additions for upgrading the facility, or I was in it the other day. That's what makes me ask. There was a small event that took place, and it seems like it could probably use some updating, or do we update with the help being that close to that facility?
Through you, Madam Mayor, the intent was to review how the facility is being used after the Health and Active Living Plaza's been introduced. And then our staff team could analyze how it's being used and come back to council with some options, including and not limited to the potential upgrade of the facility if needed.
Thank you. Okay. I think we're ready to go.
Through you, Madam Mayor, with that, I'd like to turn your attention to the Mayor and Council budget. The balance of the budget, which is on page 15 of your binder.
Councillor Johns.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'd be happy to kick this section off. I think that it's very clear that council is working hard to pick up pennies, and I think that it's extremely important for councillors ourselves to take a leadership position on those cost-cutting measures. And I'd like to look at the councillor discretionary expenses category. Currently, right now, that line item for specifically to the discretionary expenses currently sits at $17,500. I'd love to reduce that to by $2,000 each, putting at $500 each. I think that it's appropriate given the conversations that we had this morning. Hotel rooms, $8 orange juice, that type of mentality. Fact is that the province is reviewing expenses on school boards, and I think that it would be good, given the climate that we're in, that East Gwillimbury take a leadership position on this. And I'm forwarding an amendment to the clerks right now, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Carruthers.
Thank you. I fully support Councillor John's amendment to reduce discretionary, and have also forwarded an amendment to reduce our communications budget. By and large, that budget line is underspent, and I believe if we're asking staff to tighten their belts, we need to do the same. So after we deal with Councillor John's on the next line under communications, I've put forward an amendment on that one too. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Crone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think these are 2 excellent examples of where we can show some leadership, and that we're leadership by example, where we're doing the cuts that we expect others. There's been a lot of discussion about certainly in the community about the size of this budget, and anywhere we can find some savings, I think we find them and we take them, and if it means a sacrifice for this year, then I think we show that we're willing to tighten our belts as well. And I fully support the two amendments that have just been put forward.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I guess my colleagues have cottoned on to some of the line of questioning or line of inquiry that I had been making with staff. During the budget preview process, I had reached out to Mr. Marshall and asked about what actuals expenditures had been. So against a budget of 37.5, we've spent actuals of 11,280. I want to make sure that councillors have the budget and have the ability to effectively communicate with their constituents, and I know that looks different for each of us. What I was concerned about was that there was, so Mr. Marshall advised, and I believe all members of council got this email, expenses incurred include attendance at conferences, community newsletters, website hosting, support, and ads in the monthly bulletin. So through you, Madam Mayor, to Mr. Marshall or to Ms. Gandhi, I'm not aware of any website contributions that I need to make as a councillor to the town's website. Is there another expense?
Sorry, through you, Madam Mayor, I'll start and maybe Ms. Gandhi can add. I don't believe there's any contribution that individual member of council has to make to the town website. That's part of our annual expenditures.
Oh, there we go. Through you, Madam Chair, yes, that is in fact the case. There is no contribution from Mayor and Council to website costs.
So a member of council is spending discretionary expenses, or some members of council are using discretionary expenses to host websites?
If there is, sorry, through you, Madam Chair, any content on the town's website would be covered by the town's budget. If members of council elect to have their own website, then that would be a separate cost.
I see, okay. And the bulletin, we take out, is it a 1 or a 2-page ad each month to provide what we would normally have put into the media through York Region Media Group? So we're already taking out town advertising to provide information to our constituents in the bulletin.
Correct. We use the bulletin to provide as a 2-page ad, and it provides information about, there's a mayor's column, which provides general information about town business, and then other information, including information about council meetings and town events.
Thank you. Madam Mayor, through you to staff, I'm a little concerned about some of the decisions that some of us must be making. Is there a policy that tells us what is appropriate, what can and cannot be spent on in our discretionary expenses?
Mr. Velcher.
Madam Mayor, I recall being the author of that initial policy when it was brought in. I think it was a number of years ago. And so I'm going off of memory. I'd have to actually look at it. But I believe the idea was that discretionary money would be, as it says, at the discretion of individual members of council. And in fact, there's a disclosure protocol in that those expenses are publicly reported once a year through our finance department. And at that point, if individuals had questions about what was contained, then at that point, those could be answered. But I don't recall there being specific limits because every member of council might have different circumstances in which they believe that they're spending that money in order to do their job in representing their constituents. So I don't recall specific parameters, but Mr. Marshall, am I correct? Is there anything that you recall in terms of specific limits on what that could be spent on?
Through you, Madam Mayor, I don't believe there's anything that spells out exactly what should be or what is allowed to be spent.
Okay. But there is a disclosure provided. It's just a large, it's that we usually get that one page. It doesn't break out individual expenses necessarily, unless an individual counselor chose to share that detail with the public.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Crone, go ahead, please.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Just for the record, I do advertise in the bulletin, and I pay for it out of my own funds. Just, I wanted to remove any doubt from anyone here, and I also pay for my own web hosting. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers?
I've been elected public office for over 20 years. I've never once billed the taxpayer for my personal website or for a personal ad that I put in the paper. So I think that we need to look at this a little bit more closely. It's obviously up to our own discretion, but I think some of us are paying out of our own pocket. And Councillor Crone, when you say your own funds, you clearly mean out of your own pocket as opposed to the fund. Yeah. Okay. I remember at one time on the school board, there was a bit of a shell game about personal funds being your personal discretionary versus your own pocket. So I think that we should all get on the same page with that. If some of us are paying out of our own pocket, I believe that's the way it should be. That's the way I've always conducted myself, that if it's my personal page, it is not about council as a whole. As soon as it becomes personal, then I think that should be handled differently. Anyways, that we have a motion on the table about the discretionary, and communications will come up after that. I think they're two separate items. Thanks.
Councillor Johns?
Yeah, I was just going to say, I mean, to Councillor Crothers' point, we're speaking out the communications next. I will go on the record and unapologetic. The funds that I use within for the EG Bulletin, I use town funds to pay for the EG Bulletin. I've never asked the town to support my personal website. And in the spirit of belt tightening, even though I will always attempt to over-communicate, I fully support a motion to dramatically cut that budget. I have no problems whatsoever.
Thank you. Anyone else at this time?
Through you, Madam Mayor, we have received the proposed amendments. The first one is the amendment that was proposed by Councillor John, so that's before you on the screen.
Are there any questions regarding this? I'm not seeing any. Be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend Mayor and Council 2025 tax-supported budget as follows, and we have it in front of us. Any questions on that? All those in favor? And that's carried.
Madam Mayor, the next motion has been presented by Councillor Carruthers, and again, that is on the screen before you.
Moved by Councillor Crothers, be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the Mayor and Council 2025 tax-supported budget as follows. Council Communications, $3,500. Amended, $3,500. Reduced Council Communications spending to $500 each for 1 year. Correct? Thank you. Questions?
Yes, Councillor, through you, Madam Chair. Our roles are to communicate with our constituents, and with the absence of a local newspaper and the key to success in relationships being good communication, I can support a reduction in council communications for a small amount, but the dramatic amount by which it's being reduced from 35,000 to 3,500 there's not really much communications that you can do if you want to produce a newsletter, as my ward mate and I have been doing to communicate with our residents. And I think a good question at this point would be, why would councillors, I'm not speaking to the motivation of anyone, and I'm not criticizing anyone. I'm asking a question to understand how it is that they feel that by reducing that amount to 3,500 from 35,000, that we will be consistently communicating appropriately with our constituents, almost handcuffing us from producing any kind of a newsletter that we'd like to have delivered to our constituents. Because, some councillors may decide that they want to communicate in that way with their constituents, and if other councillors decide they don't want to communicate in that way with constituents, that's fine. But I don't see how reducing that amount, which could lead to an inability of certain councillors to not be able to pay out of their own pockets to communicate with their residents. So I think there's an issue here about who can afford to pay out of their own pocket and who can't afford to pay out of their own pocket as councillors, if we want to maintain a certain standard of communication with their residents, and which is our job, to communicate with our residents to improve the quality of life in East Gwillimbury.
Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, for me, this is a few items. I was, as we all know, I'm new to council, and again, I'm not going to apologize for attempting to over communicate, but I will say, the leadership of my ward mate, Councillor Roy DiClemente, for years and years and years, well, probably, I'm not sure if since she's been on council, but she has openly shared her budget spending and attempts to spend near nothing out of respect for the taxpayer. And what I can say is that the lesson that has taught me, the fact that, I'll joke and say she always gives us a history lesson up here, but she has been up here for a long time, and she is consistently serving the community. And so I remain committed to learn. It's continuous improvement. And when looking at the budget and the opportunity to add up 100 pennies to get $1, I see this as an opportunity where we can really take a leadership position, not only with the community, but quite frankly, with the staff. I think that if the team sees us taking a leadership position in this way, I think it lends credence to the fact that we're all in this together, and we need to find a path to make every penny work for us. And so that's where I'm coming from on this.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The taxpayers are asking us to find efficiencies, and it's very easy to point to staff and say, cut your budgets. It's harder to cut our own budgets. But I think there's lots of examples of how to communicate without incurring an expense to our taxpayers. This communication line was new last year. Prior to that, this line wasn't there. I think that between discretionary and communications, we have $1,000 each to work with, and to me, that's more communication than most of our taxpayers are asking for. They don't want to foot the bill for more than that from the people I'm talking to. I think we have to respect our taxpayers and look for where we can make cuts to our own budgets. We have to look for efficiencies. There's lots of good examples of ways to cut down. With Terry and I also, or Councillor Foster and I also do a newsletter. I think we need to look at paring that down to save money because that's what our residents are asking from us this year. I think if we all work together, we can help support communications and their job to communicate on behalf of all of us, and the amount of work that we need to do as individuals. We're not campaigning. This isn't, promoting our own profiles. This is making sure that our constituents are aware of what's happening in the town, and we have a whole department that's dedicated to that. So I'm happy to lean more on them and to be able to cut back this line and tighten our own belts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I will reiterate what my colleagues have said. We have to be more creative in how we communicate. Certainly, we did it last term, mostly in under creative ways. But I think it's important, the outrage that we have seen on social media about the proposed budget at 8.5% should be warning enough that we have to take drastic action. And to say that we're for that and then to turn around and send out a newsletter or other forms of communication that they've paid for to tell them how much we've increased their taxes, I think that's a slap in the face to the taxpayers. So, yeah, we have to make some sacrifices. There are more efficient and creative ways than newsletters, ads in the bulletin. As much as I appreciate Blair Matthews, I'll continue to support him through my own personal funds. And I think we have to be creative. But the outrage from the taxpayer is clear. We have to do better. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I appreciate Councillor Johns' comments. Yes, in fact, it has been my commitment since I was first elected and every year since then to post the detailed statement of my expenses at the bottom of my profile on the town's website. Last year I spent in meetings and public engagement, I spent $413. I would like to suggest that if we are going to be cutting this budget, which I think is an appropriate direction to take, I'd like to see us blend the two budget lines. So discretionary expenses and communications and outreach. I think someone once asked me, how many hours a week do I work? And I talk a little bit about how it's a lifestyle, because if I'm going to the store for milk and they ask me about a town question, that's working in my mind. And so communications, public engagement, outreach, they all blend together for me. And so whether I'm at an author reading for the Friends of the Library, or whether I'm attending a free town event, I'm still working and I'm still engaging with my community. I won't shy away from my opinion that I think that individual councillors paying for advertisements or websites out of their personal funds is, in my opinion, not an equitable way of dealing with being a public figure, because there are some members of council who may or may not have those discretionary funds in their household budgets in order to do so. So it creates an uneven playing field for us. And just the same way that you want to make sure that that the ability to be an elected official is available to all, I feel very strongly that spending personal money in order to promote oneself is not necessarily an appropriate way of conducting oneself. That's my opinion. I find it even more troublesome that a member of council would have, that any one of us would have used town tax dollars to promote themselves through a website. That I find even more troublesome. At this point, I think I know that I can continue to do my job effectively as a councillor with $1,000 in combined discretionary funds to be able to attend meetings, take out an ad if I need to, pay for sponsored ads on Facebook or geotagging or things like that in order to communicate with my constituents, as well as going to meetings and other public events that I have to buy a ticket in order to attend. So I'd like to suggest that. Thank you.
Mr. Velchik.
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, I just have the some of the verbiage that was in the policy around what discretionary expenses were. So I just thought, just so you have it as you're finalizing this item, and it did not describe what you could and couldn't use it for, but it did allude to the fact that discretionary expenses may include items such as professional development, which could be attending a conference, attending a workshop, a networking event, that sort of thing, public engagement and/or mileage outside of the region of York. That was just the language that was used at that time. I'm not saying it's still current because that was, well, it was about 10 years ago. So, but that was the thinking when this was first put in.
Councillor Lahey, go ahead, please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I've had a previous conversation actually with our general manager and who used to be the director of the communications department, and suggested an idea that in order to even the playing field and reduce costs of sharing newsletters, etc., that the town take on the project of having consistent communications from each of the councillors produced in-house by the town itself, and as they do in other municipalities, so that each individual councillor would have the opportunity to online and through the town website have a page that highlighted their ward activities, etc. And so if we were reducing the funds for communicating with our residents in that way, is it possible that we can get a commitment that the town would be supportive of, in an equitable way, consistently for all councillors, providing a digital newsletter like other municipalities do?
Councillor Carruthers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. In my mind, and how I've always conducted myself, is that if you are supporting the work of the town, you're sharing a town post, that sort of thing, you are supporting the town. That is our job. As politicians, we have another area that we have to do as part of the job. We have to get reelected. And if we are doing something to promote ourselves, it is about reelection, and that is your own expense. And to Councillor Roy DeClemente's comment, I understand about leveling the playing field, but everyone spends a different amount when it comes to election time, and some people spend money leading up to the election, and whether it's out of their pocket, that's their business. When it's town money to support an individual rather than supporting the council as a whole, I have a problem with that. We have a communications department that looks after proper communications for council as a whole. And if we want them to focus maybe more on ward messaging, I would like that. I would like to say, you know, here's what's happening in Ward 1, but I don't want it to be about here's what Councillor Carruthers is doing or here's what Councillor Crone is doing. This is about the town as a whole, and I think we have to be very careful with these dollars, that it is taxpayers' dollars and it is about the town as a whole. It is not about individuals.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, please.
May I don't think I got an answer to the question. Other municipalities have only one councillor per ward, and so I was not suggesting that we highlight individual councillors. I was suggesting that we look to other municipalities as a model of what they produce to consistently report and communicate to residents about what the activities are in the various wards, and that is produced through the town itself. I'm thinking of Bradford, for example, and reading their communications on a quarterly basis on behalf of the councillors. So could I have an answer to my question? If we're reducing the communications expenses, amounts that are available to councillors and wards, so would there be a commitment on the part of the town to be producing consistently for all wards equally some sort of digital communication?
Go ahead, Mita, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. I want a couple of points I'd just like to make. First of all, we do produce an e-news every single week, and that provides information to residents about town activities, and that's a very important forum. We are always open to looking at how we reformat that or add additional information. So that's an existing tool that we have and something that we could expand slightly or look at reformatting or making some slight changes. These types of things are or tend to be a bit organic and do change over time. In terms of a net new publication, that is something that I would suggest we would have to come back to council with, because as it is, our communications department is completely tapped out in terms of volume of work. And so I would suggest that would require additional additional resources and a corresponding council direction. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Councillor Roy DiClemente.
According to page 36 of our budget, we spend $1.5 million in communications for the town to communicate with its residents. I think that's sufficient.
Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, I'd like to call the question.
Be it resolved that Budget Committee recommends that Council amend Mayor and Council 2025 tax-supported budget as follows. Account category is Council Communication. The budget amount is $35,000. Amended amount is $3,500. And the explanation is reduce Council Communication spending to $500 each for 1 year. I have a mover and a seconder. I have a mover. Councillor Crothers. All those in favor? And that's carried. Go ahead, please.
Thank you. Just a subsequent motion to that, and that would be that the categories of councillor discretionary expenses and councillor communications and outreach be combined for a total of $1,000 for the 2025 year.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. The communications line was added last year to make sure that residents realize that this wasn't just discretionary. Discretionary smells like a slush fund, and I'm not interested in increasing my discretionary. I like having a dedicated communications line so my residents know that that's where my money is going. It's going towards communication. So I would not vote in favor of combining these two.
The motion is withdrawn, Madam Mayor.
Councillor Lahaye, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor. So this morning, I'm trying to understand the logic here. This morning, we were voting and we were saying that we were going to give volunteers funds so that they could attend conferences and learning opportunities. And so what my question is that what we are saying by reducing these things is that overall, is that...
Excuse me, I understand that motions have been passed. Sorry. We will move along to the next item, please.
So through you, Madam Mayor, we've completed the the departmental reviews of the operating and fee-supported and capital budgets. The next area that we would like to look at is a summary of staffing requests, which is on in section 6.
Yes, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, as I recall, we had, maybe I'm mistaken, but did we not have a subcommittee to review the rest of our mayor and council budget? Were there any recommendations that came from that subcommittee that we need to consider?
Councillor Crothers.
Because of the strong mayor's powers, we were unable to make recommendations. We did look at it. We had some discussion, but it did not get into the granular detail that we've been able to do in the past. And we didn't meet again because we were informed that we couldn't make recommendations anyway. So I think the biggest recommendation, and maybe we want to put this in a motion, is that the budget subcommittee should meet before the mayor's budget is tabled to advise the mayor on what on this area of the budget, just so that we're not just going back to putting in exactly what we had last year and then all these minor little motions on it. So I will make thank you, Councillor Roy DiClemente. I'll make the motion that the subcommittee, the budget subcommittee, be convened in September of next year to review with the mayor and council portion of the budget. And I'm happy if anyone wants to wordsmith that.
think if you had the subcommittee meet with the mayor, you'd have a council meeting, because that's 4. So I think at this point, you'd want to just say that they prepare recommendations for the mayor to inform the budget process.
In the past, the mayor counted as 1. There was 1 and then there's 2 others, so it would be 3. So it could go either way, but maybe just let the mayor and council subcommittee meet in September in advance of tabling the budget. I think that's the main gist of it.
Thank you. Pardon me?
I believe Councillor Carruthers has made a motion, and so we just need to consider that.
Go ahead,
Through you,
please.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. I'm just seeking some clarification. Has the budget subcommittee been formed? Because with the strong mayor powers, the mayor would have to form the subcommittee. So I think that's a precondition to the meetings that might be the subject of your motion, Councillor Carruthers. So perhaps that might occur first, Madam Mayor. If you're in agreement with forming the subcommittee, you can do so right now, and then those motions could probably proceed in
Then we
that
should
way.
proceed right now. That would
Thank you.
be fine. Okay. Okay.
I'd be happy if we want to get some legal advice and work on that and bring it back on Wednesday. I just want to make sure it's worded correctly, and I don't want to just be going on the fly here. I think we're all in agreement that if we're going to have the committee, it should meet in advance so it can have some effect. And so maybe we can think about how that exactly works and bring that back on Wednesday. Okay? Thanks.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I believe General Manager Marshall's indicated that the mayor and council portion of the review has been concluded. You do have a motion that simply is receiving that review, so you may want to just deal with that prior to moving along with the balance of the agenda.
Thank you.
And Councillor Brady-Clement.
Councillor Brady-Clement, you have a
Thank
question?
you. I had a question about the mayor and council budget. There's a draw from reserve under the admin portion of our budget. I'm always cognizant of, as I had said at the beginning of our process, that I was concerned about us drawing down our reserves. I'm just wondering if staff can provide me with a bit more information.
So through you, Madam Mayor, the draw from reserve is for the pilot project, the pilot position for the committee, council and committee support.
And we'll be considering that as part of our staffing conversation this afternoon. Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. I need a mover to receive number 2, be it resolved that the 2025 budget department review of the Office of Mayor and Council be received. Councillor Crone, all those in favor? And that's carried. Mr. Marshall, go ahead, please.
So thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, I'd like to refer you to Section 6 of the binder, which has a summary of the staffing requests. Page 1 summarizes all the requests for 2025, and the general managers are here to answer any questions with respect to the individual requests.
Sorry, go ahead, please.
So through you, Madam Mayor, I'm not sure if any of the members of committee have any questions with respect to the individual requests.
So, Mr. Marshall's looking for any proposal or amendments at this point. Is that correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, yes.
Thank you. Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
I'm not sure if this is an amendment, but when I look at the council and committee support, and it falls into the mayor and council budget, I'm not really seeing a lot of council support. It's a part-time position, and the committee aspect of it seems to be taking up all of their time. I'm wondering if this position is better housed under clerks, where we were doing all the committee's support. And, you know, there's a bit of a reporting line problem because it says mayor and council on the staffing request, but on the page it says that it's corporate services because our EA actually reports to corporate services, and this position doesn't even report to our EA. So I think just to clarify reporting lines, I think it would make a lot of sense to move this pilot project into the clerk's department. Not sure if you need a amendment or if that's something that staff would be supportive of. I'd be interested in hearing.
Thank you. I have another member of council who has a request also. Can we put the two to Councillor Roy DeClemente? You had a question also?
Not so much a question. I was of the mind that the sheet says it's a service level enhancement. We have a committee review that's underway. This is a pilot project in a year where I think it was Councillor Crone who said we need to do better and we need to be more aggressive in looking for funding opportunities. I feel strongly that we should not be continuing with this pilot project. So I would be making a motion that we discontinue the pilot project altogether.
Madam Mayor, I had talked about making a motion, but Councillor Roy Clemente's motion would supersede that. If that passes, then my motion would be moot. So I would suggest we deal with that first.
Okay,
And
thank
if that
you.
fails, then we can talk about
Certainly.
moving it.
Okay, questions, comments? Go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, Councillor Crothers did ask a question, I think, before that last comment, round of comments about what staff think. Just logistically, it's difficult to respond because the position was in corporate services and it's been a pilot and the work has been done, and there will be some discussion about sort of where the person has devoted their time. But if it was to move just immediately into legal and legislative services, which is what what's being suggested, it's difficult for me to respond because it wasn't my position to speak to in the first place. So I don't know if that affects anything. Maybe we need a little bit more time to sort of, again, rather than do something so abruptly, maybe we could think about that and come back on the following. I think we were going to come back anyways on the Wednesday. So that maybe would be my suggestion. Thank you.
Councillor Roy Clemente? Can I just get the mic?
Your microphone's on.
That's okay.
Councillor
Thanks.
Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My comment is really that it doesn't belong in mayor and council because there's not a reporting line there, and there's a confusion on the overall sheet. It says mayor and council. It's in the mayor and council budget, but on the new staffing request, it says corporate services, and you just said it's corporate services. So it's not mayor and council. And so I just want it out of the mayor and council budget, because it's not providing support to council, it's providing support to committees. So wherever staff want that, whether it's in legislative services or corporate services, that's fine. I just want it out of the mayor and council budget. But first of all, I think we have to decide whether the position is being kept, and then decide where it's best to fit. And if we need time to think about it, I'm fine with that. So I think we should just deal with Councillor Roy DeClemente's motion first.
Councillor Crone, you had a question?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think it's a good discussion to have. It's kind of an awkward discussion to have, but when we do these pilots, it's either to validate an assumption that it's required, or it proves that maybe we were wrong. So I don't know if there were any KPIs set up with this role, if there were any measures of success. Leave that up to you. But I guess the question I would ask is, if this job were to this position were to disappear tomorrow, how would that impact the department, whoever it's reporting to? And would we be in a position where people that are at a higher pay grade doing that work, when it really should be, no offense, but should be at a lower, maybe it's a lower pay grade? So are we shifting the burden upwards to where it really shouldn't be? So I'm not expecting an answer today. You said you might come back on Wednesday next week, and I think that's fair. I throw that out for your own consumption and consideration before deciding what to do.
Mita, could you come in, please?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the reason why we suggested that we call this a pilot and continue to call it a pilot is because I don't believe we've had sufficient enough time. The position, the individual in this position was hired not at the beginning of the year, but I think sometime in Q2, at the end of Q2. So I think that we need a little bit more time, and there is, because it's a brand new role, an opportunity to identify exactly more details of the position. As it is right now, the individual has been working with committees to establish budgets and to work out roles and responsibilities, to make sure minutes and agendas and all of that has been in place, and of course supporting mayor and council as a backup role, as we've seen of late. So completely agree that there's an opportunity to define that a little bit more, and I believe that opportunity presents itself with the extension of the pilot program with the report back to council.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I appreciate General Manager's comments. I will go on the record and say I support my ward mate's amendment to move forward to remove this position. Thank you.
Councillor Crothers.
Thank you. As General Manager Gandhi just mentioned, this is a contract position, so it wasn't hired at the beginning of the year. We have a few months into the year before that contract needs to be renewed. This is on the capital line, so I'm wondering if we can come back to this after we get that committee review report and make a decision at that time. I don't know how we word that, or if my colleagues are fine just to leave it in here, but flagging it to staff that we want to reassess that position when we have that committee report. I'm not sure if that is doable.
Mr. Valchik.
Madam Mayor, certainly committee can go whichever direction it wishes, but I do want to say, if you were to not let's say, eliminate the extension of the pilot for 2025, that would not negate staff's ability to still come back to you late in Q1 2025 with the results of the pilot. And if at that point you wish to make a decision to allocate some one-time money for extending a contract or what have you, I believe, Mr. Marshall, that could be decided in 2025, because we're not looking at this being a permanent FTE with tax levy. So in fact, I think you could discontinue the extension at this time if you wish, and we would still come back to you early in 2025, and you have an opportunity to assess it at that point based on the results of the pilot.
Good advice.
Makes sense.
Madam Mayor, I know it was Councilor Roy D. Clemente's amendment. Would we be putting an amendment on the screen, or?
Through you, Madam Mayor, just bear with us for a moment. Madam Mayor, the amendment's been presented on the screen before you. It's been moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Mr. Valchik?
Madam Mayor, I'm just wondering if it could say not be extended in 2025, because in fact it spills into 2025 because it didn't start at the beginning of 2024. So the way it's worded, if taken literally, it just means we would end it at the end of December, despite the fact there's still some residual budget from 2024. So it's just food for thought.
Go ahead, please.
Can we add language at this time? I wanted to leave the door open for us to be able to come back after we see the results of the pilot, should council decide to extend it at that time. I'm not sure if that's friendly or if you want a separate vote on that, Councillor Roy DeClemente.
I think I'd like the explanation to read that pending the results of the pilot, funds will not be extended in 2025 at this time. So it's kind of like a whereas that explains why we're making that decision. Thank you.
Pending results of this pilot, funds should not be extended in 2025.
At this time.
Sorry, at this time.
I'd like to call the vote, Madam Mayor.
All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Mr. Marshall?
Through you, Madam Mayor, if there are no other questions regarding staffing, there might be a motion to receive, but I think there will be some further questions on staffing. So.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Motion to receive, Madam Mayor.
All those in favor? And that's carried.
We're not going to discuss any more of the staff.
We just received, sorry, we just received the 25, yeah. Okay. So we've just received the new staffing arrangements, and now we could ask any questions? Amendments? 4 amendments, yes. Any amendments, this one? Go ahead, please.
This is a year where we are making historic investments in our Health and Active Living Plaza. We are contemplating another historic investment in fire and emergency services staffing levels and our fire station. These are unprecedented service level increases in both of these areas. And in addition to that, we are also asking our taxpayers to continue to support our investment in asset management with additional reserve contributions, which I also support. However, I remain deeply concerned that we are continuing to hire staff while also trying to support these unprecedented service level increases. And I feel strongly that I would like to see us limit tax increases to costs associated with the initiatives for those two areas. Fire and emergency services and Health and Active Living Plaza are our main priorities, and wherever possible, I would like to see us limit our investments this year in order to keep our tax levy increase down.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Marshall? Well, I'm wondering where we're going with this.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I think this is an opportunity for a committee to discuss the staffing alternatives that we've proposed, and at that point, if there's some amendments or changes to those requests, they could be tabled at this time.
Mr. Felczyk?
Madam Mayor, just for clarity, I'm just wondering if the treasurer could clarify my understanding. In the growth-related positions that are there, it shows under tax levy impact, but in fact, is that not assessment-related growth position, so there's no additional pressure on the tax levy? Just because the way it reads, one might think that's contributing to the $15 a month, but in fact, that's not. Is that correct?
Through Madam Mayor, yeah, that's correct. In our presentation, we showed that there was additional assessment, and we showed costs that were offset through that additional assessment, and these particular staff requests were offset in that additional tax assessment.
Councillor Crothers?
I see there's 2 crossing guards as well, and that's not under growth related, but I believe that it's due to growth that we need more crossing guards. Would that not be correct?
Through you, Madam Mayor, so this was the result of a pilot that was done previously, looking at some additional service enhancements for those crossing guards in particular areas. I think Mr. Molinari could speak to it a bit further, but so it's an increase to the service level of what we've been providing.
So to me, that's community safety. Crossing guards, they're essential to community safety. So when I think of an enhancement, it's oh, that's nice. But to me, a crossing guard is community safety. So if that's where they need to be on the chart, that's fine. But of course, I will vote in favor of that, because to me, crossing guards are community safety, and we need them. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've just forwarded a motion to the clerks for the purposes of expediency to remove new staff positions 002, 003, 005, 006, 008, and 010 from the budget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions.
Could you
I'll
read them
out?
out?
The Equity and Diversity, Inclusion and Accessibility Coordinator, the IT Analyst, the People and Belonging Associate, the Senior Property Tax and Utility Analyst, the Asset Management Lead, and the Access and Elections Analyst. So I've left the School Crossing Guard, the Municipal Law Enforcement Officer, the Privacy and Information Coordinator, the Water Quality Analyst we'll discuss underwater and wastewater, the 4 firefighters, as well as all of the new staff required for the Health and Active Living Plaza. I'm putting it out there as I was trying to go position by position, but maybe, I guess I'm not going to ever be accused of avoiding confrontation.
Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
I just want to be clear, you've already forwarded your amendment to the clerk. You are asking it to be looked at, all the positions together. Is that your direction?
It appeared to me that committee did not want to go through line by line, and so I made my statement earlier that I felt very strongly that we were trying to do too much in 1 year. So this is my position, and I'm happy to have it defeated, or I'm happy to have it supported, I'm happy to have it amended, but let's discuss.
Okay. Okay, Madam Mayor? So in that form, I will not be supporting that amendment. I will need time to review what you've talked about in those multiple positions, but at the time and the way that the amendment is written, I'll be voting no.
Councillor Lickett, go ahead, please.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I would like to also express my position, which wouldn't be able to support the amendment put forward by my fellow councillor. I would like to speak to the position of the, I believe, have you removed it from the screen, the chart? Can we have the chart back up on the screen, please? I want to focus on the correct item line. The Access and Elections Analyst position, NS010. During the preliminary discussions of the budget, the clerk department spoke passionately about the intense and potentially unrealistic amount of work that was involved in the last election, and for the health of our the democratic process. I think that that is a position, Access and Elections Analyst, which would be considered mandatory, in my opinion, to ensure the ongoing support in the clerk's department that's required to run an election in an efficient and transparent manner.
Councillor Roy DeClemente, go ahead, please.
Thank you. The election isn't until 2026, and this is the 2025 budget. So from one perspective, that was the reason why I removed that. The department was also going to be seeing a privacy and information coordinator. So I felt that giving at least one resource to that area that is taxed, pun intended, would be appropriate. And with respect, Councillor, you have been quite vocal in suggesting that the only thing that you would approve in this budget would be an investment in community safety and the emergency services department. So I have to say I'm a little surprised. Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I'd like the opportunity to provide some response to that comment that was just made by my fellow councillor. I think public safety, the health of our democracy, would fit into that very appropriately. Thank you very much.
If the motion's on the screen, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to call the question.
Through you, Madam Mayor, the items that Councillor Roy DeClemente had presented are before you on the screen. There are, I believe, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 positions that are being noted on the screen before you.
I think they should be dealt with collectively, unless some, they're,
It's
sorry.
It's up to members of committee.
Yeah.
I'm okay if they're done individually.
Okay.
I think members of committee may have different feelings about each of the positions. And so I would imagine that in their individual binders, they've got red stars or gold stars or not. So I think it would be appropriate if we go through them individually. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
And will you be going through them?
I've moved all of them. You as chair would I think,
Certainly.
needs to call the 6 votes.
6 votes. Councillor Crothers?
Thank you. If we're going to go individually, I want to make an overarching comment first, that our staff have come to us with their needs and have told us they are in this job on a day-to-day basis. They know where their needs are. Our staff have been incredible as we grow, not to grow our number of employees at the same rate. Early in the new year, we'll get our workforce analysis that will show that we are falling behind other municipalities. And we will take a huge hit next year with the number of employees that we're going to have to hire to make up that difference. From my understanding, staff came to our CEO with many more requests than this. And through his leadership, he's asked them to bring it down to the bare minimum. So what we see before us is the bare minimum. Our staff have cooperated and worked together to decide where the pinch points are. I worry that if we don't give staff the staffing that they require, how that affects our staff. And our staff are our strongest asset that we have as a municipality. And in order to get the work done that we're asking them to get done, these are the resources they say they need. Now, out of this, the vast majority is paid for from reserves, and I understand the concern around reserves, so we've talked about that, but it's not taking much of a hit to the tax rate. And so for that reason, I'm very supportive of every single one of these positions because our staff have asked us for these as a bare minimum, and I will support every single one of these requests.
Councillor Johns?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I think the positioning regarding that this is a help in a fire emergency services budget. So one, I appreciate that, and I agree with the spirit of it. The fact is that we could go through items when you talk about the people in belonging associates. So if we're about to onboard, 110. I don't want to say the exact number of the amount of effort that needs to go into the hiring, but it seems to me that the hiring process needs support at this time, and I think that it's wholly appropriate that exists. The fact is that, the IT analyst, we talked about the fact that just we're building this $90 million facility. We're actually talking about housing the IT analyst and supporting that in there. And so I think there's a little bit of cross-pollination. When you look at, like I'm just picking, the senior property tax and utility analyst, that's actually to drive us further revenue opportunities. And so I understand the spirit of the cutting, and I have been demonstrating my support for cutting where we can. And again, going back to the leadership position that we just took in cutting the mayor and councillor discretionary and communications budget. But I'm not prepared to be cutting when we are attempting to staff up and increase the service. Like, we're talking about service levels for the community. So either we want to improve the service levels of the community, we want to increase opportunities for revenue opportunities, we want to make sure that we are robust in our IT and protect residents' information. I'm going to be voting no to cutting these. These are service level items that our residents are asking us for and that we committed to through our capital expenditures, and these are merely buttressing our capital expenditures. So that's why I'm taking the position I am.
Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I have to go along with the position of this is what staff have asked for. We've We've had a chance to ask questions. We've asked some questions. I see a lot of offsets here to lessen the blow to the tax levy. We're going to hear about it one way or the other. If we don't approve these positions, service levels are going to suffer, and our residents will let us know. So there's going to be, and if we approve them, there's going to be a little bit of a tax component to that. And we're going to hear about that too. So we're going to hear about it. But if we don't do anything about it this year, we kick it down the road, and it's tomorrow's problem. Well, today was yesterday's tomorrow, so here we are. I think we need to deal with it. I'm quite happy to support these, and you know, in a year's time, if we're finding out, you know what, there needs to be some adjustments, then we make adjustments. That's what organizations do. So I'm quite happy to support the positions as presented. Thank you.
Councillor Roy DeClemente.
I don't wish for staff to feel that these positions aren't justified. We hired 14 new staff last year. There's another 14 here with a couple of pilots and contracts. This is simply in the spirit of listening to our constituents who are telling us, as we said, we've been hearing it loud and clear. And I'm trying to find a way to shift some of this work. It's only 1 year. And in a year where we are taking unprecedented investments in other areas, I just feel like we can't accomplish everything that we want to do in 1 year with this many new staff.
I have the motion moved by Councillor Roy DeClemente. Be it resolved that Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the new staff requests as follows. And should there be any others after this, we will go ahead.
Just a question. 3 individuals at the table have suggested that they're going to make one block vote. I don't know if other members of committee would like the votes to be separated.
Go ahead,
Do
please.
you want them separated?
Sorry.
Okay.
Okay,
So we'll do one
I
by
wasn't,
one.
I wasn't asking for a block vote. I was just letting my colleagues know how I would be voting on them. I'm happy to discuss them individually, but I thought if there was others who felt the same way, then maybe we'd move a little more quickly. But if we're going to just debate each one of these individually, then I have something to say on every single one of them, why I would be supporting them.
Sounds like a warning.
Sorry, not a warning. I'm just saying that if everyone's voting no anyways, then I'll save my breath. But if this is actually up for debate, then I'd like to speak about the tremendous input that our EDI special coordinator has had, and the amount of funds she's been able to bring into the town, and the work that's being done that has to be done. And, you know, I go back to my school board experience about what happens when you don't have an EDI coordinator, and the type of fallout that lands you on the front page of the Toronto Star. So having lived through that, I see that this work is essential to make sure our staff feels supported and that our community feels valued and recognized. We are going from a very monocultural community to a very diverse community, And we need someone with expertise that we currently have in place to continue to lead us. This is a pilot program. It does not impact the tax levy. We have all voted, well, I shouldn't say we've all voted, but as a council, as a body, we have voted to support the EDI framework that was presented, the IDEA framework. And so, voting for that framework and not putting in place the staffing to execute it seems kind of like a mean thing to do to staff. So let's put the resources in place to support the initiative that we voted to proceed with as a town.
Okay, so we're going to vote on them separately. Councillor Roy DiClemente has proposed each one of them. And so the first one that we have is be it resolved that Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the new staff request below. The new staff request, the first one is for Equity, Diversity, Inclusion, and Accessibility Coordinator. And this was removed from the 2025 budget, I believe. Is that correct? All those in favor? Opposed? That carries. Sorry, defeated, thank you. The next one is the budget recommends that Council amend the staff report as follows. IT analyst was removed from the 2025 budget. Comments? Councillor Crothers.
Madam Mayor, I'm wondering if we can get staff to speak to this. This is in support of the help desk, or the support desk at the help. And I think that it's important that we understand the tax rate implications of this and how it supports our new build.
Gandhi, please.
Through you, Madam Chair. I have this very strong belief of if you build it, you need to staff it. And so the Health and Active Living Plaza, of course, is going to have all of the individuals and program specialists and the customer service people. We had a walkthrough, and I believe Council will be having a walkthrough this tomorrow, or Friday rather. And by way of that, you will see just how highly technical the facility is. And to be able to properly equip and staff that type of support is critical. It will, if we do not do it, if you wouldn't talk about risks, it's going to involve in time out and time down for programs and services to be delivered properly. So we need skilled individuals who are able to operate the facility and also provide as extra support for the rest of the organization. If there's any downtime there, that they would certainly be able to support the rest of the organization. We have been working, my understanding is that we only had one IT person for many, many years, but as the organization grows and the sophistication of technology increases, then we certainly need individuals to support us at a minimum with our help desk requirements and to allay any threats that could be happening from an IT or cyber perspective. So I hope that addresses the question, Councillor.
I was going to say not seeing, but I do see.
No, I was just going to say,
Go
I have
ahead.
you call the question, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried.
No, you didn't vote, Madam Mayor.
3-3.
You didn't vote,
It's
Madam Mayor.
no, it's 3-3, it's defeated.
Yes.
It wasn't enough to carry.
I am voting for it. I would like it in.
You're opposing to the motion because he's
Yes.
suggesting removal.
Yes.
So the motion is defeated.
Yes, it is.
Would you like me to make this easier so you can see all of the
Please.
Committee, just bear with us for a moment. Madam Mayor doesn't have a clear sight of the voting on her screen as she's reading out, so I'm just going to assist in terms of making sure that if individual members' hands can show on the screen as she's reading it through. One moment, please.
Okay, the next one we have is be it resolved that Budget Committee recommends the council amend the new staff requests as follows. And it is NS005 people and belonging associate remove from 2025 budget. Do I have, sorry, you moved it. Thank you. All those in favor?
Can we have staff speak to it?
Oh, certainly. Who from staff would like to speak to it? General Manager Gandhi?
My apologies, I'm still computating from the IT analyst position. The HR associate position, we've actually been functioning, literally borrowing from different departments to try to keep an HR associate on our payroll because we need it. We have launched the EGU Belong Employee Experience Strategy, and soon, shortly, I believe it's in the new year, and actually it's before the new year, Council's going to see the results of a survey that we did conduct on employees and their experience as being employees of EG. And you'll see in that presentation that there has been significant improvements in a number of areas since the last survey only 2 years ago. And I would like to suggest that that is because of the effort that we've put into the people who work here. We've launched a new employee rewards program. We have launched a career development review program. We have gotten tighter with our ADP software and allowed for other resources on that tool. So the People and Belonging Associate assists with all of those areas, as well as with general recruitment for programs and services. So when we talk about additional staff in other areas, it certainly takes effort from the People and Belonging side to make that happen, to onboard individuals, and to make sure that they have the tools that they need to do their work. So I would suggest that it is an important position to have within the organization.
Thank you. Questions? Mr. CAO?
Madam Mayor, maybe it's obvious to members of Budget Committee, but I just wanted to point it out that it's important in some of these rows, and in the People and Belonging Associates, a good example, about half of those operating costs for that position have been found elsewhere in the budget just to mitigate the levy impact. Because staff are aware that we're also trying to make sure that we minimize the cost increase wherever possible. So if we can find savings within the departments to help pay for it, we've done so, and this is a good example where half those costs have been found within existing operations.
Thank you. Questions? All those in favor? Opposed? That's defeated. Yes. The next one is regarding senior property tax and utility analyst. Yes. Jennifer Marshall, can you give us a little more information on this one?
Sure, through you, Madam Mayor. I know I gave a bit of an overview on Monday, but at risk of repeating myself, there's a couple of purposes behind this position. One, we have one staff person that's dedicated to the tax department for over 15,000 accounts. So, and that number has increased over the past several years. Also, we're looking to get some more analytics from that area. So in terms of our assessment base, some of the things that we would like to do is get some more detail on our assessment base to see if we can start enhancing and increasing that assessment base. One of the things that we've been able to do is speak with MPAC and help them get more things on the roll quicker. They have up to 3 years to provide the supplementary tax roll increases. And if we can help speed that up by providing more information for them, that helps us with our supplementary taxes. Also, you remember in our capital program, we have a request in for a system upgrade. And this position would help out with that system upgrade. They would be the expert in that area to help provide additional functionality for our residents in terms of analytics on their usage, on their water and wastewater usage, more information regarding their tax bills, and help set it up for the town so that it's more efficient for us. The other area that it would help support in is our collections of our taxes. We have the one person that fields the customer inquiries, and we need some more support on that. And this position would be helping with that. And to Mr. Valchich's point earlier, there's an offset of additional revenues to help reduce the tax levy impact on this position.
Questions?
Good to call the question, Madam Mayor.
And this would be to not remove it from the budget. All those in, all to remove. I find that very backwards. It is backwards. It is backwards.
Double negative.
All those in favor? Against? That's defeated. The next one. Is there an explanation for this? If there's any staff information that should come forward at this point? General Manager Gandhi, thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair, this asset management lead position is partially funded, I believe, through the water rate program. It is a critical position because the asset management program, as you have heard of before in the previous year, in June of this year, and you will hear of again, is mandated by the province. And so we have a legislative requirement to report on our asset management plan on a regular basis. And that means coordinating efforts between departments. It means identifying and determining the appropriate systems that are needed from an IT perspective. It means working with staff and delivering training. And of course, it means coordinating the report and the plan itself. Currently, we do contract out for the entire development of that actual plan to a third party. And my hope is that when you have an asset management lead, that we can take more of a lead in actually putting together the report with only some incremental support from consultants. And so with that, I would put forward this request for this asset management lead position, please.
Mr. Velchik.
Madam Mayor, just to add a little bit, this is a good example of where this area has been worked on for the past handful of years. Most organizations actually put not only one asset management position, but some have asset management departments in place. In East Gwillimbury, we've worked off of revolving contracts to try and delay as long as possible actually getting to a place where we've put the position in place. I recall having the same discussion when we were contemplating a procurement manager, when we had no centralized procurement presence and the rest of Ontario municipalities had procurement departments. And so we were sort of, these are areas where we're very conscious of trying to go as long as we can with, minimal requests for resourcing. But this is a great example of where, with the plans now ready to be finalized, a financial plan this coming year, we're well overdue in this area, in our opinion, from a risk management point of view for the organization.
Question, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to staff. I appreciate that this job has been corner of desk for people for a long time, and it's been shuffled around. But General Manager Gandy, you had said that this was asset management was mandated by the province. Is this position mandated from the province, or is it to complete the mandate of what the province has asked that we need this position? Help me understand that nuance a bit.
The province has put forward the legislation, of course, but it does not explain to individual municipalities as to how they are supposed to achieve the requirement of putting forth a plan.
Councillor Crothers, go ahead, please.
Thank you. We have this big asset management plan coming, and I'm trying to remember what the number is, that we have 2.2 billion in assets. Yeah. So having someone to manage that sounds like that makes a lot of sense. It's not something that should be done off the corner of someone's desk, lest they miss something. We need to make sure that we're prepared for what's coming, and asset management has been a concern, but many councillors at this table for all the time that I've been on council. So having someone to lead this, I think is prudent, and I think in the long run we'd actually save money by having someone who knows what they're doing in this position. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? With that, we will call the vote and ask call the vote at this time. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Yes. And the last one that we have is budget recommends that council amend the new staff request for contract access and elections analysis and remove from 2025 budget.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you.
If I may speak to this, I would appreciate it. This position is currently a contract position with us. The individual who holds the position is classified as a clerk's assistant, meaning she gives assistance to the clerk's functions in this organization. We've spoken a little bit about the multi-faceted undertaking that the clerk's office has in this organization, which is driven by legislation. So this position, which is currently under a contract, and that we're requesting that it continue for another year in a contract position, so not changing into an FTA at this point. This position will be supporting not just in her current duties as clerk's assistant, but the position will be supporting the freedom of information process that we've talked about at some length lately in terms of how that portfolio and those requirements have become more stringent on municipalities, how time-consuming they are. We talked about a little bit about efficiency and about I hearken back to what Rob said in his effective presentation yesterday, which was something I think either Peter Drucker said or Stephen Covey said about efficiency. Doing things in the right way is efficiency. Doing the things you should do or something is effective. But I'm talking about efficiency here. When you have your senior lawyer in the organization committing countless hours on FOI requests, that's not very efficient. This individual brings an element of stability to this organization in terms of those FOIs. It frees up the position that has not been challenged, that was also asked for legal and legislative services. It frees up the privacy and information coordinator position that we were asking for to be converted from a contract to an FTE. It allows that position to concentrate on the much critical role that she will bring to this organization about corporate records and the requirements to maintain and preserve and have a system for corporate retention, which is needed, to comply with legislation. So this position will do all those things. But in addition, the other aspect of her very important job is to assist with respect to the municipal elections that, as we know, occur every 4 years, but can from time to time occur more frequently than that. And one must always have a contingency because municipal elections take a lot of work. So this individual will continue to provide support to the municipal election process, recognizing that while we can plan on having a municipal election every 4 years, it is not a certainty, and I think it's prudent to plan for contingencies in that nature, and this will help us address the contingencies should they arise. The final point I would like to make in support of this position is that we are going to be, we've suggested, and perhaps the treasurer can help me out on this if I'm incorrect, but we would be funding this position largely through reserves. One part of it, roughly 50-50 basically, of the two reserves I'll mention here. One is the elections reserve that we have, and I think we plan for having an elections reserve all the time because of the nature of the business. The other part of this will be funded from a working capital reserve. I don't have a lot of information to share with you about that. Perhaps the treasurer could do so. But it will not be a direct, as I understand it, ask on the tax base. So I'll defer to Mr. Marshall if he had any clarifications or additional comments. Thank you. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I would, if there's no discussion, I would call the question, but I don't want to call it preemptively, you know what I mean? So, preemptively, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any requests at this time. Call the vote. Be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the new staff request as follows. Contract access and elections analyst removed from 2025 budget. All those in favor? Opposed? That is failed. Thank you. We are, thank you. And we have just a couple of items left on the agenda today. The next Budget Committee meeting is a continuation of 2025. Councillor Carruthers?
I had mentioned at our last meeting that I had a couple of amendments that speak to the corporation overall. One was asset management and the other is the in-year cost savings. It's on the tax-supported summary on page 13, and I was told once we're done the department reviews, we could go to that. So I'm seeing nods from finance. Okay. So, as you know, myself and Councillor Johnson have been very supportive of adding to our asset management reserves. It's something that's important as we move forward to make sure that we have enough money in that reserve when we need it. Our assets will age and we will need to replace them, and we need to make sure that there's no one year where we're going to take a big hit on the tax base because a bridge goes out. So with that in mind, it's hard to make this motion to reduce the amount of the dedicated asset management line, but I believe this is the year that we need to do it. Next year, we'll have our asset management plan, and we'll find out then just exactly how far behind we are, and we'll be able to base whatever the allocation is on real numbers. I have a hard time going out to my residents right now and saying we are dedicating a whole percentage point to asset management when I don't know exactly what we need. I suspect we need that much, but I don't know for sure. So I am happy to make the amendment that we change our asset management line from $327,000 to $82,000, and I'm asking for Mr. Marshall to make sure that makes sense, reducing it down to 0.25% pending the asset management report expecting council in 2025, and I've sent that to the clerks. But Mr. Marshall, I'd like to hear from you if that's something that staff could support and work with.
So through you, Madam Mayor, so as treasurer, I'm always trying to help our reserves and make sure that we have sufficient funds for when we need them, when we need to use them. The point you make about our review that we have to do by July 2025 on a financial plan and strategy for asset management makes sense to take a pause to see what we actually need and then adjust our plan accordingly. That makes sense to me, but.
Thank you, and I appreciate the summary, the asset management reserve contribution summary that you provided us all with, that shows that our contributions made to date by 2025 will be over $5 million. Well, it won't be with this cut, but it'll be approaching $5 million. And the amount that I'm proposing we cut asset management by will offset the new staffing that we agreed was much needed. So I would put that on the floor and hope to have the support of my colleagues.
Mr. Belchick, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, just so that it's clear, what Councillor Carruthers is recommending, as I understand it, is to reduce the amount of the proposed increase to the annual contribution. So it's not actually reducing council's annual contribution to asset management. It's just not increasing it in 2025 annually by quite as much. So the contribution to asset management is, the annual amount is still what you've been making annually to date, except, and increased by 0.25 instead of a whole point. So there's still an incremental investment in asset management. I think that's just a subtlety that you don't want to lose in this conversation.
Madam Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, please.
I would like to address that. I think this is probably the most important point that could be discussed so far in the budget meetings. Correct me if I'm wrong, but my understanding is that we already have a $10 million shortfall in asset management, and that we are facing the future replacement and maintenance of over 49 parks and roads and all of those critical infrastructure pieces that we need to be contributing to. And I would say that we are already behind in terms of those contributions, and that if we were to reduce even this year in this budget the contributions, when it has been recommended by staff, and this is the mayor's budget, that we start increasing the amount that is put into asset management reserves, that we could potentially have the same effect that we are now dealing with of having 2 consecutive years of a zero property tax increase. So in thinking long-term and planning long-term, is my understanding correct that we would be making potentially a critical error in planning for our future asset management?
Go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, through you, certainly what I would characterize our asset management investment requirements as very important, but not short-term time sensitive. In other words, this is going to be a medium and longer term matter for this municipality to deal with. And it's important to know, not dissimilar from public sector organizations across the province. In fact, we may very well be in reasonably good shape compared to many. Do we have work to do? Absolutely. Will that get better defined through the financial plan in 2025? Absolutely. So we will have a better handle on exactly what that looks like in terms of where we are and where we need to go, and maybe potentially how we're going to get there when that financial plan is completed in 2025.
Councillor Johns?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm a big champion of asset management, as we well know, but like our residents and taxpayers can only handle so much. Like there is only one taxpayer, whether municipally, provincially, federally, paying at the store, retail. Like, how many times do we have to have the hands in their pockets? Like, we should be working hard at every opportunity to be lessening the taxation impact on the residents of East Gwillimbury. And the fact is that we can debate this line item of to the end of we need X amount or we need less, but the fact is that we need to alleviate the burden of taxes on our residents, and this is an amortization issue. This is not the challenge of tomorrow immediate. This is the challenge for generations to come. And again, I will call out, this is not taking our foot off the gas. This is us slowing down, catching our breath, allow us to get information, and allow us to make an educated decision on frankly, math that is calculated on an amortization table that can easily be disputed. But what is not in dispute is the need to alleviate the burden of tax pressure on our residents today.
Councillor Crone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I appreciate the concerns and caution around this position. I think it is a very important entry in our budget. I would agree with that. And I know we took, at the beginning of this term, we took extra steps to put some belts and braces on our asset management, and I think that's allowed us to listen to staff and say, we can take a reduction this year, or not as much as we normally would contribute. And we're faced with a, an unprecedented budget, so we have to be creative and find the ways. And if I'm reassured by staff saying that we know a plan's coming, we'll see what it brings, but I'm reassured by staff that this is an area that we could probably live with in cutting back on, and I think the taxpayer will thank us for it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm just curious, the amount of $82,000, through you to staff, what does that amount to? What is that associated with? Or perhaps Councillor Carruthers can help with that, since it's your motion.
My intention was to bring it from 1% down to 0.25, and it's not very clear on the sheet, so I just want to make sure that my amendment is bringing it from 1 down to 0.25.
And is there a particular dollar? Why would we not just slash the increase altogether and just do 294 like we did last year? So what's the $82,000? Like, it's just you're just picking 0.25 rather than 1?
Sorry, it was at 1, and it was
Yeah.
at 1 in the past. So
Yes.
bringing it down to 0.25, cutting 3/4 out of it. I considered maybe we should make no contribution, but to the other points that have been made, I think we have to add something. So 0.25 is sort of the happy medium, looking at how much we need to bring this budget down. That allows us to bring the impact on the tax levy down, the impact on our residents, but yet still contributing something. I'm open to other numbers. To me, 0.25% versus 1% made sense.
So we are still, through you, Madam Mayor, to staff, if we took this number to 0, we would still be contributing to our asset management. It's just that we wouldn't be contributing an extra 1%.
Through you, Madam Mayor, that's correct. The 294 we're contributing, it's in our base right now. So what we're talking about is the increase to the contribution.
Thank you. I would actually prefer to just see it be a 1%, so whatever the difference is between, I'd rather see us do 327 and not 294, and not necessarily have the 0.25 at all, if that makes sense. So in 2024, we did a 1%, which equated to 294. In 2025, I'd like to see us do the same, which is 327.
Could you repeat that in a different way?
So every year, we have been contributing 1% of the tax increase or of the tax levy to asset management. The motion that we have before us suggests that we would be adding another 1%. Staff are nodding.
So through you, Madam Mayor. So what is in the budget right now is equivalent to a 1% increase to the tax levy of $327,000. That's an increase to what is already being contributed. Last year, we added an additional 294 to that. That's already in the base right now.
So we're compounding.
So compound, exactly. So the proposal that's on the table is to reduce the additional 327 to 82,000.
Right. And what I'm suggesting is that we continue to just stay the course and not compound it by adding to $82,000 to the 327.
So the contribution would be 0 for the additional amount.
Additional,
would be
because we're
0.
still contributing, just not an additional 82. Right, that's my position.
And this was the compromise to try and, I know that's your position, and I hear others who, Councillor Leahy has spoken that she thinks that we need to be adding this, and I know down this end of the table, we've been very supportive of asset management. So as a body, we need to come to something that maybe isn't comfortable for all of us. And so I'm looking for something that we could all live with. Those of us who think that we need to be contributing, and those of us who think we don't need to be increasing our contributions, it's a smaller amount.
Councillor Leahy, go ahead, please.
Through you, Madam Mayor, I feel that I need to make a further comment because I feel so strongly about this looming issue of asset management. So while I agree that a small increase is better than removing it altogether, I still am concerned because I think about the number of parks that we have. We have 49 parks. And as we have seen in the budget already, to replace all of the equipment in a park costs more than $300,000. So if we have that number of parks and we have that number of roads, et cetera, and infrastructure that needs to be addressed, and we do not know what might be in store in the future, so that people say we can put this off for years to come. This is not this is a long-term issue, not a short-term issue. I feel a sense of urgency that we do not know what the future holds, and we need to be planning now for our asset management. So I'm opposed to any change from what has been originally proposed in the budget by the mayor.
Mr. Felchik, go ahead, please.
Madam Mayor, not speaking at all on behalf of any members of council, you can express your own views on it, but from staff's perspective, we would not recommend putting off for years increased contributions to asset management. We're simply talking about 2025, pending the receipt of the financial plan. We would be strongly advocating for this to continue to be an area of high strategic financial importance for this organization.
Go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So just from a logistics perspective, if there's one amendment on the floor to lower the taxes, if that failed, we could have another amendment to lower it again, or we could have another amendment to increase taxes. So I'd like to vote on the amendment that is before us to lower the taxes. So I'd like to call the question.
Through Madam Mayor, just bear with us for a moment as we bring the proposed amendment on the screen. So as you can see, that's been prepared for your review.
Oh, okay. You're ready to vote. Be it resolved that the Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the corporate-wide 2025 tax support budget as follows. Contributions to reserves, budget amount, amended amount, and explanation. All those in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Thank you. As I said, I had one more amendment we are all working so hard to bring this budget in as low as possible for our taxpayers, and I think we're all on the same page with that. That last motion brought it down substantially. We've had a few others. We've had legal, community initiatives. We've had our discretionary and comms budget that have all brought it down. But I think our residents need it lower. We all heard on social media that 8.5% is not going to fly with our residents. And we know that. We're taxpayers. We know that. I would like to be able to see this budget come in with an increase of less than $150 per household. That's still high, but we know we have a gap that we're trying to close. And the only other, we've been through the entire budget, and the only other area that I see where we can make a substantial enough cut to help bring it in the tax rate a lower rate is on the in-year targeted cost reduction. Now, in the past, that number has sat at about 1%. This year, it's at 0.5%. At $163,500. It's on the bottom line on page 13, targeted cost reductions, and that's where our staff throughout the year look for cost reductions in salary gapping and looking at areas of their budget where they can find savings. So I'm looking at how much do we need to change that line in our budget so that the total increase to our taxpayers is less than $150 per household. My guess is that we need to change that line to $360,000 in savings, and I'm putting forward a recommendation, an amendment to that effect, and I would look to our finance department to let me know if that number is the correct amount, and perhaps it's something that comes back on Wednesday, but I think that's how we get to where we need to be on this budget, is asking our staff to look for reductions within their own departments.
Thank you. Councillor Johns?
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I wasn't sure the order of necessarily of how we will be speaking to the different items. My colleague here put forward the 1% cost savings for the taxpayers. I've obviously, just like all of us sitting around the table here, have been through with a fine-tooth comb, and I looked at the gapping number as well on the salary and benefits. I will yield my position on the salary and benefits in order to support my colleague's motion. I won't table my amendment on the salaries and benefits gapping with this motion. Again, I would like to move and vote on this today because I think that, like, we as a council have taken a step forward. I think it's important to carry the message, but I'm also hopeful that as the year winds down, that possible future assessments are found that may be able to allow for us to look at the whole complete numbers one last time. And so I guess really what I'm trying to say is I will yield from further amendments in support of my colleague's amendment, and I'm hoping that that gets us to hopefully something that's palatable for the rest of council as well. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Roy DeClemente?
I actually am curious to know what that proposed amendment was, Councillor Johns. We have options.
If the 1% fails, then I will be bringing forward a conversation on the gapping on salary and benefits line.
The gapping in which way? The corporate-wide 75,000? Is that the area you're looking at?
It is, but I don't think it is appropriate for I'm not bringing the amendment forward at this time.
So you don't want to reduce it further?
If we are having an open dialogue in front of council and staff, I'm happy to if the mayor would like to waive the privileges of this table for us to simply have an open dialogue, I'm happy to do that. But I think it's very clear from today, I have never been a stronger advocate for delivering for taxpayers. And my voice is incredibly strong in delivering on that. So that's my position.
All of our voices are incredibly strong. That's kind of why we're sitting here. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to speak to the amendment at hand and
Go ahead,
put
please.
Councillor Johns out of his misery.
Thank you.
I'm very supportive of this. I think of Councillor Carruthers' amendment. Finding in your savings is a unique thing that we do here in East Gwillimbury, and I think there's, you know, if you look, I know we've been running lean for a long time, but I think there's always places to look to find little extra savings. You know, when I worked in the corporate world, sometimes we'd even be told mid-year, guess what, folks, we've got to find another 5%. And we had to go back to our departments and sharpen our knives. And so I think this is, well, I appreciate staff may not be happy about it, but, you know, we've made concessions on increased staffing, and I think if we can get this down a little further, it helps the taxpayer in the end, and we get to a better place than when we started. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carruthers?
Thank you. I think another way to look at this, I'd asked questions about training and professional development, as well as uniforms, corporate attire, and safety clothing, and staff brought back in our addendum what those numbers are. And we can look over this and go, do we need $3,400 in this? Could we take $2,000 out of that? But we don't know as much as they know about their departments. So this, rather than us nickel and diming on uniforms and on PD and on salary gapping, we're putting the control back into staff's hands to say, we need to lower the tax rate, find it however you want to find it, as long as you find that amount. And I think it saves a whole lot of time from us going line by line through the uniforms and corporate attire, or, you know, does the library really need that, or does, you know, corporate right training need to be that amount? Like, rather than us second guessing, let's give staff the ability to cut their budget so that it comes in at something that is a little bit more palatable for residents. And I know residents would love to see it at zero, but we have been through this line by line, and we're at the end, and I think this is the last place to find savings.
Thank you. Councillor LaHaye, go ahead, please.
Thank you very much, through you, Madam Mayor. I'd like some clarification from our CAO. This is the first time we have gone through a strong mayoral budget. Last year we had an acting mayor at this time, and the process evolved a little bit differently. And I'd like some clarification with regard to whose budget this is. I was under the impression this is the mayor's budget, not the staff's budget, and that the mayor has veto powers, etc. So whose budget is it, just for the record, for clarification? Is it the mayor's budget or the staff's budget?
Madam Mayor, through you, so in terms of the process, what I can say is the mayor, because of changes to provincial legislation, is required to table a budget, and the mayor tabled a budget this year. However, as the mayor pointed out in some of her remarks previously, she did so with consideration of a couple of key engagement exercises with council. One was council's review of the business plan, which is a major driver of what's in the budget. So the mayor certainly took all of council's consideration into effect by looking at what was in the business plan, as well as the guiding principles that were also approved by council. And so in working with the mayor in terms of what the mayor felt she was going to submit as a budget, which was done, I believe, at the beginning of November. Am I correct? November 4th, if I'm not mistaken, something like that. that it took both of those into account. And as you know, staff do a number of months of analysis and work behind the scenes in advance of that, just to try and assist in that process. So what we're going through right now is Budget Committee's proposed amendments to what has been submitted by the mayor. And so those will be brought forward to council on December 3rd, if I'm not mistaken. December 3rd. Council at that point will make the ultimate determination on whether it wishes to endorse the amendments that have been made, proposed by Budget Committee. The mayor at that point has an opportunity to review those amendments that have been passed by council. If the mayor is supportive of all those amendments, the budget is complete. If the mayor wishes to does not agree with those, it's called a veto, then that would be noted, and council would have one last opportunity to deal with any vetoed items on December 17th at council, and at that point, whatever decisions are made, the budget is essentially adopted as amended on that date. So that's just a little bit of an overview of how that process works. And Mr. Treasurer, can you confirm, did I get that right or did I mess that up?
Madam Mayor, you did well.
Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I'm just looking for clarification on the, sorry, we didn't, I am out of order. I will not speak.
Okay.
I will say call the question though then, and then I will ask my next question.
I have a motion moved by Councillor Crothers, be it resolved that Budget Committee recommends that Council amend the corporate-wide 2025 tax-supported budget as follows. Account category, targeted cost reductions, budget amount $1,603.500, amended amount $360,000, explanation increase 2025 target staff to find in a year of cost savings. Correct?
Just clarifying, those are negative amounts.
Thank you. Councillor, go ahead, please.
Thank you. I would like to hear from staff on the rationale for having reduced this budget, this budget line by 40% in the first place. So what was happening there?
Mr. Valchik.
Madam Mayor, as we are being stretched to do more with the same, quite frankly, it's becoming more and more challenging to find in-year cost savings. You know, we've had a few years in a row of very impactful continuous improvement efforts, and we've had major results. We're going to continue to strive to find those. We are committed to continuous improvement and driving the very best value for money that we can for residents in support of Budget Committee and Council's objectives as well. And so we were looking for a little bit more flexibility, but if this is where Budget Committee needs to go, then we'll find a way to make it work.
I'm not seeing any other comments. All in favor? Opposed? That's carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Johns, go ahead, please.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Through you to Mr. Marshall. I'm just looking for clarity on logistics because I getting a little blurry here on the days, but I feel like when we were moving through some of the amendments, discussions on amendments on capital items, I feel like some of the items got deferred, or at least we said we would look to vote on them in the future. I'm not sure if we formalize capital, and if I'm wrong, that's great, because that means we're done. But if I'm right, and there are some lingering things, what's the timing on the logistics for discussing that?
So through you, Madam Mayor, as we went through the departmental reviews, we went through the capital. I know there was a discussion about whether making amendments during those discussions or saving them till after. So I think there's a combination that's happening. So what we would propose is that on our next session on Wednesday, we're going to be going through the water and wastewater budget. Then afterwards, if there's any other amendments that that council and committee would like to do at that time, they can go ahead and do those.
Certainly, go ahead.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So in follow-up, I think it would be helpful for us, and not trying to create more work, either a sheet of the capital amendments that have been made, and I think there was supposed to be information coming back on some of the items too, like with vehicles and whatnot.
So through Madam Mayor, there was a request for additional information on the Holland Landing renovations, fire station renovations, and that's in your addendum package, number 3. Oh, sorry, I think that's...
So I feel like there was numerous conversations. I think it was Councillor Foster, Councillor Crone. We were talking about vehicles and extending life or information of. I just feel like we have a few loose ends, and I'm not looking to look at the loose ends today. What I'm asking for is the ability for us to be prepared in advance of having the discussion on the loose ends, because I feel like I don't have clarity on what they are.
Councillor Roy de Clemente.
Thank you. My notes suggest we were putting the Civic Center Council Chambers refresh under a microscope, and Councillor Carruthers wanted to, before we pulled it, wanted to ensure that we were allowing for, I think it was audio-visual changes. And so that was one, I think, that we had targeted and we're waiting for some information on. I think other than that, I don't think there's any other outstanding information. Is there something else?
Yeah. Through you, Madam Mayor, we had a question on the op center, the paving of the yard, the op center, and I believe we had asked staff just take a look. I'm not expecting miracles, but take a look at least of the vehicle inventory to see what, if any stretching could be employed. But that was what I had left in my notes.
Mr. Marshall, did you want to speak, or?
Sure. No, I never wanted to speak. But,
You never want to, I could tell you was hovering there for a minute.
So with respect to the additional items, we'll take a look at our notes and we'll get something out to you beforehand. The question regarding the stretching the vehicles, we weren't sure whether we were to bring something back. We thought Mr. Meggett had discussed it, but we can bring something back formally in time for our discussions on next Wednesday.
Thank you. Any other items at this time? Councillor Johns?
Sorry to be redundant, and I apologize to everyone here. So just to get clarity again, we will be given distribution on the information that we have requested in advance of next Wednesday's meeting, and that is in particular around council chambers, works yard parking lot, and vehicles. And we will vote on those capital amendments on Wednesday, on amendments to the capital budget on Wednesday.
So through you, Madam Mayor, there were, as far as I recall, there were no amendments that were approved or that were tabled. It was just to bring back information, but at that time, once we provide the information, you can table the amendments then.
That's what okay, perfect. Okay, thank you.
Any other items at this time? I'm not seeing any. I'm not seeing anything else at this time. I just wanted to remind people that our next Budget Committee meeting is a continuation of our 2025 budget deliberation, and it's on Wednesday, November 27th at 9 a.m. And with that, then, we would have an adjournment today.
Happy to move.
Thank you. All those in favor? And that's carried. I want to thank staff for all your hard work today, or leading up to today as well. Sometimes you've done a lot of work, and a little bit of thanks for it. So thank you very much. I know it's been a longer day than we've normally had,